see if I got a partner. Unless somebody comes up and says, hey, you're my partner.
Right. All right, we're still looking for a few more players.
So you take that not bragging watch it pretty far.
Yeah, I do not like to watch it. I just try to always play the best game.
This guy doesn't even want to know who his partner is.
Well, I'm hoping for the best, but whatever happens, happens. Regardless of who I get, I'm planning on just bringing my own.
Cheers. Well, hey guys, I greatly appreciate you chatting with us, and good luck the rest of the way in the doubles. And I'm sure we'll probably see you guys on the feature later on. So, cheers. That's what we're doing. All right, guys, we're gonna head back to the production room and start with the live commentary. That way we can get these matches rolling. The hydration crew for today. Give a wave.
It's a pretty nice camera. We was playing remote.
The security, in case anybody gets out of hand. Waves. Put them in line. Put them in line. The man himself, Jim Turntin. There he is. We gotta stop and talk to Jim for a second.
Okay.
This is the man, this is the grand poobah that we keep talking about, Jim Turntin, the man behind PPD and the TOC here in Kansas City. Jim, how's everything going?
Couldn't be better. Couldn't be better. It's been a great time. I think everybody's having a good time. I shook about 800 hands, so
lots of antibacterial soap.
Nobody's cussed me. I think everybody's having a good time. As far as I know, it couldn't be better. From the operational side, we've had no rollovers, no flaws. Everything's perfect. So you guys are doing awesome. We appreciate you and Stacy, and just couldn't be happier. Things going smooth as silk.
Well, we greatly appreciate that. We're gonna get in there and start your feed.
Awesome. We got some women over there playing a race to 4. A great match going on right now. So looking forward to more of the same.
Perfect. We'll go cover it for you.
Awesome, guys. Thank you.
See ya.
Appreciate it.
All right, back around the corner here and back into the production side. Get another shot of the Ben magazine coming back at you. Again, new issues went out last Wednesday. You should have them in your mailbox here shortly. How's it going? This lady has been so awesome to us, coming to get us for lunch ever since we came here. Huge piece. The long hallway, the long walk back to the production room, and we'll get that ladies match up on the screen for you guys. There we are. We're back. Patrick, Kevin, Stacy, the whole crew in here. We'll get them. We'll get this fired back up, get it switched over to that ladies match, and start talking. We'll see you guys.
Okay, we've taken our seats in the booth. We come in the middle of this match here with Amy Borland throwing now against Margaret Himsath. This is a women's top 4 of the winners bracket match, so they will be playing a first to 4 all cricket. It appears as if Margaret has the advantage in this one, throwing a 3.2. So Stacy, are you familiar with either of these ladies at all?
Actually, I'm familiar with both of them. Both very good players. I've played against Margaret in Vegas on more than one occasion, and enjoyed it immensely, although it's a tough match to play. Amy also. I'd say this one's probably pretty even up, heads up.
Just to give you guys a little bit of stats on these ladies, Margaret from St. Charles, Missouri, plays for Playmore Coin Op and is a 25 and a 2.5 for her stats. This is actually her 3rd year at the TOC with just under $1,000 in winnings over those last 2 years.
So here we see Margaret down by a big mile after Amy come up big on the last shot. She manages to hit 318s to pull back within 67 points, but still down quite a bit. Amy's going to look to close the 18s here.
Ooh, falls just into that 111.
That was unlucky 3rd dart.
So we just spoke to Amy's better half, Nate. Well, actually, no. Amy is the better half, but we just spoke to Amy's lesser half, Nate, and he's playing the doubles with James Henninger today. So he's not back there to watch and tell him to be gone.
Yeah, I don't think Amy's too worried about Nate right now. And he'll probably, after this match concludes, go check out where he is in the doubles.
Yeah, she might be the type of player that just doesn't want her husband to watch, because I know a lot of couples would rather the significant other just not watch because they get more nervous in front of them. So maybe Nate's doing her a favor by not watching on his downtime.
She doesn't seem to be struggling.
No, not at all. She's playing very well today. An interesting story about Amy, it wasn't too long ago that we saw her at a tournament, and she was actually battling a case of dartitis. So just the fact that she's throwing the darts fluidly is a big step for her, because she was pretty much on top of her game and then just out of the blue developed dartitis. But here you see she has no problem letting go of the dart. No,
she's smooth and fluid. There's no problem there.
Yeah, I know, talking to her at the tournament, she was pretty down on herself about it. I think she was contemplating giving it up for a little while, so very happy to see that she snapped out of it, back playing competitively, and happy with her darts.
The way she's throwing, I guarantee she's glad she's gotten rid of that dartitis too.
Yeah, this is a big event to come into, and I'm sure she wanted to make that right before she got here. Amy actually has quite a bit in as far as previous winnings from the TOC. In 2014, she had a almost $8,400 year.
Wow!
So coming off a great year.
So most likely she finished second last year. We'd have to assume.
Yeah, finished second and had some really good finishes in the qualifiers.
A lot of success in the qualifiers. So there you see Amy take the second leg to tie this match up at 1-all. So Margaret will get the start in the 3rd game. Going to have to bounce back and make the stuff go with throw.
Also worth mentioning here on Amy's profile, I think we can call the Borlands the TOC sweethearts.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, the couple of the tournament, as we've seen most of them, or both of them on the feed multiple times, have 4 wonderful children: Ty, Chandler, Natalie, and Chance. All between the ages of 2 and 12. So for them to play at this level with their hands that full is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think it's a safe assumption to say that they have a dartboard in their house. Because I don't think they're getting nights away at league very often unless they're rotating nights. Highly doubt they're playing doubles league together.
Amy just hit a big 3rd dart to close those 20s after missing a couple of the 19s.
Margaret, not worried, comes up with a pile of 19s there.
She's making her pay, yeah.
It says there that Amy Borland's nickname is Hop. Not sure where that come from, but we're going to have to find out.
Well, that's 6 17s just put in her pocket.
Yeah, great battle here between these two ladies, both over a 4-mark average right now.
That was just an unlucky turn. That's going to drop the average.
We see Amy again only take the lead by a single score on the 17 and take a whack at that 19, but only comes away with 2 of them.
I was surprised she stayed there on the third dart. I'd have bet money she'd gone back to the 17 for points.
Yeah, but because Margaret comes up empty on her next shot, Amy really let off, so she'll be able to close that 19 here with the first dart as she does.
And now she's going to punish the 17s.
Ooh, and a big last there.
There she goes. Yeah, that one blank shot of Margaret's really brought her average down there.
Both of these ladies are playing for a chance to see either Jolene Harrell, who we saw on the feed late last night, and Carolyn Nessmann, who are fighting it out in the other semifinal.
And I can only imagine that match. I know Carolyn Nessmann, Nessie we call her, and I could put money on her to take the whole thing. We'll just see how it comes up. You never know in darts.
Yeah, I know we've seen Carolyn play on the feed before, and she's definitely one of the more solid women that we've seen.
Definitely a force to be contended with. With which to be contended. I ended that sentence with a preposition. Oh my
It's
God.
the teacher coming out in you,
Yeah.
Stacey.
Oh, I hate it.
If you stick around and correct some grammar, I'm going to be getting in trouble quite a bit.
Well, so far your math skills are incredible, DJ.
Oh,
impressed.
my
I'm
math
impressed.
is my strong point for
You're
sure.
crunching those numbers like no one's business.
So here we see the score tied, actually. So Amy, with the better number, will look to put on some points. Oh, wow, and a big double 16 with the third dart. So she does take a 34-point lead and closes Margaret's number, but the 18 is available. She's going to opt to skip it. We've seen this out of a lot of girls this weekend. They just don't want to throw at the 18. They'll avoid it like it's the plague.
A lot of women don't like the 18s. For some reason, when you're throwing at the 18s, the 4 becomes a magnet because generally, in my opinion, the 20's already closed and they're trying to stay away from that 20 segment area. So the 18 is just, it's like almost an optical delusion for women.
Okay, that's a different point of view on it. I didn't think about that. Because I do feel, or I find that most players, if they say that they have a weakest number, it's usually the 18. Very rarely do you hear anyone say, oh, the 16 just kills me, or, oh, I hate the 19. It's always the 18 if they have a least favorite number.
And I'm puzzled why, because so many people, the majority are right-handed, and the 18 is just a perfect number to just float into. You're throwing 20s with muscle memory all the time.
Yeah, I know 18s is a number that I find myself hit a lot of triples on. However, if I miss, it is typically a 4 or a 1. So I tend to favor the 18 quite a bit, but the 20 is always going to be the bread and butter.
Yeah, well, Amy has no problem hitting that 18 when she threw a few darts at it.
No, Amy only skipped the 18 because Margaret did.
Oh, that is an unlucky.
Yeah, all 3 of those darts very well thrown, just didn't go in. So Amy now with a big opportunity, up by 16 points, needs to close at 15, does with the first dart, goes back to 18 for 54 points to increase her lead to 70 points going into Bullseyes. Margaret's really going to have her work cut out for her.
That was a huge shot from Amy just when she needed it. Margaret, though, finding that double bull, getting those bulls closed. So again, only up 70 points. We may see Amy, if she doesn't get into that bullseye, take a shot at that 18 to move that bullseye. And that's exactly what she does. Smart darts from Amy. Just to remind everybody listening to the feed that if you are having troubles with the audio syncing up with the live feed here, you can refresh your browser, which should help. And also in the lower right-hand corner, the third icon from the bottom right-hand corner is the cog, and you can move that up to 1080p, which will give you a higher quality audio and video stream.
So Margaret's still alive in this one. Actually had a 3-dart out had she found the double bull with her second dart. Doesn't manage. Comes up with 2 bulls on the turn to just be down by 13 points. So Amy now having an opportunity to close out the game with 2 bullseyes. Misses the second one into the 18 though. So she does increase the lead there and pushes the bullseye to 1 more. So now Margaret needing 2 bulls to take the lead before she can take a stab at that 18.
Margaret again, though, coming up empty on that bullseye.
Yeah, this game evidence of how you can get into a game where you're just throwing at the bullseye so much that your average drops all the way down from, just above a 4.0, below all the way to a 2.7 for Margaret. So Amy needing 2 bulls only comes away with 1. So Margaret, another chance for 2 bullseyes and a triple 18.
That last dart out of Amy might be the reason that she's named Hop.
Oh, she's
Well, there we
close.
see it, though.
Might be.
Oh.
Yeah, she definitely hops on the third one. So maybe we're figuring out why the nickname. So Amy now needing to go back at points because Margaret was able to hit a double bull. Finds a single with the first one, kind of blocks a triple, decides to go for the double with the next one, hits it, takes a 35-point lead and misses the bullseye. So here comes Margaret, again needing 2 bullseyes to take the lead and close the 18s.
Ooh, Margaret only finding 1 bullseye, though, which lets Amy come up needing 1 to close out the third leg of this match.
Once again, Amy with the fallout into the 18 to push the bullseye. So her misses are certainly doing her a favor because she's not hitting that bullseye. Well, Margaret with her own fallout into the 18 doesn't close it though, still needs 1 more. So Amy's going to get 3 more at the single bullseye for the win. No messing around this time. First dart. You see the exhaustion on that one. Just, finally.
Margaret's in the background shaking her head. She had her chances. That'd have been a big comeback.
Yeah, lots of chances in that leg for Margaret if she had just stayed consistent on the bulls. The first turn she took at him, she closed him no problem, and then couldn't find more than 1 or 2 after that.
That one turn she hit the double, and then I thought trip 18 was going to follow. That'd have been the game.
So Margaret will get the start here in the 4th leg. Amy leads 2-1.
Ooh, a good last from Margaret there to take the 20 and 20 points. Amy now going to start down on that 19.
All Amy's darts on the wires. 2 of them on the right side. Just the one unlucky in the 7.
So we'll see what Margaret's going to decide to do here.
So Amy now needing to hit a lot of 19s, down by 20 points. She comes away with 3 singles. It does give her an 18-point lead, but Margaret only needs 1 19 to close and has the 20 to score on.
Oh, a little bit of nerves there.
Well, it looked like indecision. If you watched her eyes, it looked as if she looked at the 19, then back up at the 20, and then at the last minute threw back down at the 19. So
Amy's going to punish her on that. Taking 114 points right out of the gate.
Amy with a pile of 19s with a dart left and just sails that last one left of the 20.
Big third dart by Margaret.
Amy's still with the lead, though, so...
First dart's going to go at the 20. Got to.
I don't know. It looks like she's looking at the bottom. Yeah, she does. Triple 19.
Oh.
Again, you see the disappointment on Amy's face after a really good first dart and 2 just sliding into that 5. Ooh, Margaret following with a big ton.
Yeah, Margaret's not being a pushover in this one. She's battling back every time.
I think she's thinking about that last match and the turns that she didn't capitalize on.
So Margaret here with a great chance, with a good shot on that 20. to take a single dart to take that 19 away. Oh. We find her shoot into that lower left hand corner of the 3. Amy stepping up here.
Amy desperately trying to capitalize. She's going to lose that number in one turn.
Yep, exactly. She knew that was her last chance to get anything out of that 19.
I think I'd close the 19 at this point. Just
completely
to
agree.
get rid of them.
That's the only thing that's really hurting you right now. Make Amy throw another triple on another number, but Margaret elects to stay on that 20. And we see Amy now struggling a little bit. Seems to be one hole-itis.
Here's Margaret's chance.
Well, and she does hit the big close and comes away with 217. So.
And again, skips the 18s, curiously.
Amy's going to follow her to the smaller number, but she does have an X on there, which can be a good thing to follow. But Margaret,
Amy taking it had been a great shot.
Right, Margaret's going to come up here and move just right down the line to that 15.
Margaret's just playing the board in any order she feels, and she's making it work.
Absolutely. I think Amy, again, skipping those 18s. At this point, I think Amy's forgotten about the 18s. Oh, as I say that, she throws one up there.
Commentator curse.
Margaret's still not ready to emotionally deal with that 18. Throws down at the 16 to take that away as well.
She's probably thinking, if I don't have to, I'm not going to. Oh, there's a big shot.
We see Amy go around the board closing some of the numbers that she had kind of lingering out there. Margaret feeling the need to grab some points before trying to tackle that 18. And Amy did have some success on this in that last leg.
And she's having it again. There are 4 18s there for Amy.
Reels back 36 points on Margaret. We'll see what Margaret elects to do with her lead. She's going to try to shut Amy
nice
down.
And safe.
Oh.
That third dart is the hardest dart to get into a single when you're throwing 3 safe. There's just something mentally blocking that dart.
Because you want to throw at the flights, but if you throw at the flights, they can kick out.
Once you have 2 in there, you're committed.
Yes.
You got to keep throwing there.
So here we see Margaret grabbing some points. Going to stay on that 18 to take it away, and she does. So going into Bullseyes, Margaret's going to have a 21-point lead.
And 2 numbers, which is a pretty, well, depending on what Amy does, pretty good cushion going into the Bulls.
Absolutely. We might see Margaret throw a point, but honestly, staying on that Bullseye, she's got a chance to fall out, and she's got a chance for the match.
And then she just did both of those.
2 Bullseyes and a 15 will move her into a very, very strong position for this leg. We expect to see Margaret here come up and go ahead and take that out.
We're following the points. She better hit the ball. There you go.
Oh, there she found it.
You know, you actually could see her pause and really set and focus on the third dart after missing the first 2. Had she done that on the first 2, she wouldn't have needed to throw the second or third dart.
Right.
She just rushed herself a little bit. And that, luckily, they made the game with 3 darts.
So Margaret does tie this match up, 2 legs all.
Margaret's going to set up the board here for the 5th leg. This again is a race to 4 in the women's purple flight qualifier this morning. This is a semifinal, and I will check to see here if we have any results.
There by Amy. 9 mark, but 6 of the 5s won't count.
Yeah, she's going to come away from the board pretty happy about that third dart because those first 2 right there into the 555. And typically that third dart can really change your attitude on the turn. And here, an interesting start out of Margaret. After watching her avoid the 18s in one game, we see her throw at the 18s in this one. I'm wondering if she was throwing at the 20 on the first dart to close because Amy didn't have any points and flew into the 18 and just decided to stick with it.
That'd probably be a good call because the way they've been avoiding 18s, I can't imagine her voluntarily going up and picking that number.
Yeah, that last leg, they actually closed the entire bottom of the board before trying to tackle that 18.
Yeah, so a different strategy. Now forced to throw at the 18 because she was down by 6 points. So comes up empty, however. We can kind of see why she doesn't like the 18.
Well, Amy's giving her a little bit of a chance here. 1 triple gives her a shot at the 20s.
Honestly, if she's not that confident in the 18s, I wouldn't mind a shot at the 19s here. It is a bigger number. However, she's going to make me look like a fool and throw a triple with the first dart. And a single with the last. So 4 solid 18s.
For the record, it doesn't take much, and I do want to give you an update that Carolyn Nessmann did defeat Jolene Harrell in the other semifinal.
So the winner of this will face off against Nessie. We might have a Nessie hop match in the king seat final there. And we see Margaret hitting the triple 18. Wow, and a little jig.
She's seeming to like what she's doing. In the background there, you can see Carolyn Nessmann watching the match.
Yeah, and the USA Red Eye Rhino jersey back there.
Right.
Standing just to the left of the bleachers. Yeah, getting a little scouting report, seeing how these players are playing.
Now, have you ever found any value in that? Is that something that you do, Stacy?
No, not at all. I never look at the bracket. I don't look at the person playing a match before I play him because every turn's going to be different. I have to worry about my darts. That's enough concern.
Margaret giving a big shot after tripping the 18 and closing the 20s for a pile of marks.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But you know, on that note, there's another thing. People say you play the board, not the person, and I could never disagree more. You're playing the person you're playing against. They're throwing the darts. So, just my opinion for the record.
Yeah, I've always wondered about that because there is certain things in a match where you do kind of play against the player. Like I've mentioned, if I see somebody just really crushing a number or something, I might be more apt to throw at it to close it. But if you do play against the board, you are more prone to just play well each turn. Whereas if playing against the player, you might find yourself kind of laying down when they're not playing well or vice versa.
I think that has a lot to do with more of a European style because it's a lot of 0-1.
Yeah,
playing
and you're just
the board
playing
is
against
a lot.
darts.
Yeah, you're playing against a certain standard that you want to keep up with. Whereas playing cricket, you can't really just play the board.
No, because what your opponent does completely dictates what you do. In 0-1, it's more of a, I want to finish in 12 or I want to finish in 15 darts. There's no real, I'm going to do this, this, and this on cricket.
Yeah, because the first shot out of your opponent, and that might go right out the window.
Yeah, I think about the only time you know exactly what you're going to do on your first turn is if you're starting, and that's the 20s.
Yes, even as the person coming up behind, if that person doesn't close that 20, you're getting a shot at that 20 you didn't expect.
So Amy, battling back in this leg, has taken almost a 100-point lead. Does have the 19s. Margaret had the 18s, however, elected to go at the 16s, so she's still not feeling comfortable with that 18. Oh, and Amy comes up big. Closes the 18, goes back to points to take a 116-point lead.
Oh, all of them sliding into that 7. Very tough shot for Margaret there. Amy with the lead and the first 3 darts and a killer attitude here. Absolutely punishes her. Back-to-back donuts for Margaret, pretty much sealing her fate with just steady darts from Amy here on out.
Yeah, Amy will look to close the 16s here with 3 singles. Does so she'll take a fairly large lead into the Bullseyes, plus 3 numbers. And again, this is a race to 4, so if Amy were to win this one, she'd only be 1 game away from victory here to face off against Nessie in the women's bracket king seat match.
And Margaret would be starting the next game in that case, correct?
Absolutely.
Big double bull.
Nice double, no.
There it is. Finishes the game with almost an overkill there. For those that don't know, overkill is a 200-point advantage in a game of cricket. The board, in fact, won't even let you score more than 200 points advantage on a player. So yeah, had she scored any more points, that last double bull might not even have counted for score.
Well, Amy certainly wouldn't be worried about that. She's just glad that went in. And we'll move to the 6th leg where Margaret will start and try to tie this match up.
Yeah, I don't even think Margaret's going to worry about that too much. That leg's got to get behind her. She needs to come out firing here on the 20. Only comes away with 1 mark. So Amy, a big opportunity to take advantage in this here 6th leg for a 4-2 victory.
It's almost as if Amy's getting the start now.
Yeah, if you told Amy you had to spot Margaret one mark, but she gets to go first, she'll take that pretty much every time.
Every game. Again, we see Margaret into the 18. So I'm believing now that was strategic the last time. And it comes back to what we've seen of players throwing at the number 2 away from the number that the other player has closed.
Yeah, Stacy, I don't know if you've been listening, but we've been noticing a lot. In this case, it's the 18 and the 20. But if the person had the 16s to close for the opponent, they would actually score on the 19, even though the 20 was an option, because it's the number right next door.
Giving themselves more of an area to throw at rather than a specific single number.
Now, is that something that you ascribe to?
You know, I think everybody has their own rhythm. For me, if someone else starts a game and closes the 20s, and I go up and they don't have any points, and I hit a trip 19, I'll just automatically go for trip 17, trip 15, because to me, that's just how my mechanics work. So it's just kind of 3 in a row that direction. I do think you'd have to like a number or dislike a number. Personally, I like them all.
But down in score, having the 20 to score on, we've even seen players throw at the 17 for score when the other player has the 15s closed. So rather than going for the 20, which is 9 points more on every triple, they go for the 51 because it's next door to the 15. Would you ever do that?
I myself wouldn't, no.
No, I wouldn't.
I mean, if you can get 60 points with 1 dart, I'm going to go for that dart.
Maybe
you've got to.
Maybe I play a bit too much of a point game, but I don't want to lose out on every time I score marks. I'm also a firm believer in a good dart is a good dart is a good dart. If I throw a dart and it hits a triple, I feel as if that would have been a triple no matter what number I threw at.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you're focused enough to hit your target, hit your triple with your dart, that dart was a winning dart.
So here we see Amy with a big 44-point lead and 3 numbers. Needs 3 16s to close out the board heading into Bullseyes. And she comes away with exactly that. So Margaret now, to stay alive in this match, is going to need at least 5 Bullseyes.
Yeah, Amy with 10 marks just in her last 2 turns has really turned the screws on Margaret in this leg.
Yeah, and you see the differences in averages there. 4.17 plays a 1.57. So yeah, I'm not so sure that Margaret can come back here.
That was a good third dart by Amy. Sometimes you can get a little bit lax in this position where you feel like, well, I know I have 2 or 3 turns to close out the bulls. Not a good mental attitude. Someone can come up just like that and hit a double bull on you.
So yeah, kind of out of Amy's hand. Margaret's hands now. She's going to need some help from Amy to get through here.
See, at this point in the game, a lot of times with the women, I'll tell them, don't think that you're throwing at the bull to close the game. Think that you're throwing at the bull to throw for a cork to start a game, because there's a lot less pressure on yourself to throw a cork and start a game than to finish a game when you only need 1 or 2 bulls.
So
It's
Amy's
a mental thing.
there. Amy has it, a double bull to finish Margaret off, sending her down to the one-loss bracket. So Amy Borland will move on to face against Nessie in the king seat match. Not sure Margaret knew how many legs that was, but that was 4. So a 4-2 victory to Amy Borland.
And Nessie in the background waiting.
Looming.
So we switch on over to the board 1A, where we see Brad Oxendine taking on Brandon Smith. Ox, his first time on the feed. We know Ox a lot. He's a heck of a player from the St. Louis area, doubles partner with Eric Gregory. I mean, the guy, beautiful stroke. Brandon Smith, we've seen on the feed, another solid player, pretty stroke. We see these two battling out, 5.0 plays 5.6, 2 all in the 5th leg, and it looks like Brandon Smith going to hit a big shot to take the advantage in this league, in this leg with a 4 mark on the 20 and 3 18s to close.
Yeah, Brad here going second was always going to be up against it, but with Brandon throwing 7 marks there, it's really going to make it tough.
This is a king seat match, so they will be playing first to 5 in cricket. And we actually got a chance to talk to Oxendine yesterday, and he said that this is his only voucher. So he really only had 1 shot to get in the finale, and he's making do because he's in now.
Yep, absolutely. Even if he loses this match, he will fall to loser takes 4th, or loser takes 3rd, and have a chance to come back and face Brandon. But honestly, with this match being loser goes first, this is not over.
No, but job done. He needed to finish at least top 8 to get, top 5 a guarantee to get in. Top 8 is most likely in because if any players qualify more than once, they do open up spots back to top 8 to try to make the men's field full. So Ox will be playing for $20,000 tomorrow.
Ox taking a look here. Another one of Sam Westgate from JJ Ventures players.
Okay, so I had it wrong. He's not from the St. Louis area. I know Eric Gregory's from the St. Louis area, and these two play doubles all the time. I just assumed they were closer than that.
Yeah, Heron, Illinois is where he hails from, with a 5.29 and a 39 in 01.
Which I believe is the second highest cricket average we've seen to this point, other than Eric Blackledge. Although Eric Gregory might have had a 5.5 as well.
Yeah,
Sure.
He was definitely up there.
But clearly in the top 3 to 5.
That was a tough second dart. He needed that trip 15.
Wow, and both players locked on a 4.56. Brandon Smith, because he went first, has the advantage by 7 points and 1 number. Needs to close the 15. Hits a triple with his first dart. Hits a triple with his second dart. And a single bull with his third dart to take a 52-point lead going into the Bullseyes. Ox needing a lot of help here.
Yeah, at this point, it's really out of Brad's hands. He's going to need some help from Brandon and do the work himself. He's going to do a little bit here to close that up, but Brandon, not with a whole lot of pressure on him, is only going to walk up needing 1 double bull or 2 singles, and he's right in there. So here we see a 3-2 lead from Brandon. Again, loser going first in a race to 5. And that's going to give Ox the start in this next leg. It was nice to talk to Ox. He did not seem worried about this qualification whatsoever yesterday. Felt strong, felt comfortable, and really showed in chatting with him that he was ready for today.
Yeah, Ox, a longtime soft tip player that just started playing more competitive still tip, and he's really making a splash on the scene. Anytime he shows up to a tournament, some of the top still tippers in the country are really taking notice to that guy. And there you see, he starts with a big 9 mark on everyone's favorite, the 20s. Brandon, not phased though. Little slack on the third dart, only comes away with a pile of 19s, so he will be trailing by 63 points. Ox has a decision to make. Does he want to close a 19? He does.
Ooh. Back up for points.
Yeah, doesn't manage to close the 19, but trips the 20 with the last dart, so...
9 mark on 19 is going to make this very interesting.
really the only shot that's going to make Brandon feel comfortable. 7 will take a 10-point lead, but Ox still has that 20 and a single mark on the 19.
Yeah, now he doesn't even need a triple to close that 19, so taking darts at it each time is just getting him a little bit closer there. We have talked about putting a mark on there and not tripping it. You're taking marks away from yourself when you have things like that happen. So you want to limit that and know when you throwing at those darts that triple's going to go in.
And another 9 mark.
Yeah, Brandon with his first 9 mark of the leg here. So Ox starting with a ton 80. Brandon in the later rounds finds a 9 mark on the 18 to take a 44-point lead and one number advantage. We see there, because Brandon won the second and third leg in a row, he's already won 1 game against the darts. So if he can do that again here, he'll move just 1 leg away from sealing up the king seat. So a 44-point advantage because Ox was only able to close the 17s. Brandon just going to do the same. So again, 44 points separates the two. Ox needs the 16s.
Now, will he go for the 18? No, he's going to stay 16s. Oh, he took the shot. Only up 4 points, and he took the shot.
Yeah, surprised to see that out of Ox. He typically will not play that aggressive, but I think he feels really under pressure and wants to shorten this leg so he can get this W. But it's really put him in a predicament here. He's going to need to respond with a lot of 16s. And here we see him. He does put in the 112 or 7 mark on the 16s. So now with only an 8-point deficit, we see Brandon march up there and whack that triple, and then just on the outside on the next 2.
And he looked so confident and so ready to just put all that away.
He really did, especially after that first dart. I think he'd have lost a lot of money if you told him he was going to miss those next 2 darts. Oh, and
It's a big third dart.
Big shot from Ox. Again, playing very aggressive. I think because he's trying to counteract the solid play from Brandon here behind.
Look at that shot.
Wow, Brandon not phased. Throws exactly what's needed. A 7 mark, 4 15s, trips the 16 for a 13-point advantage. Ox still with a 3-dart out, however. Oh, needed 2 doubles. Only comes away with a double and a single on the first 2 darts.
Does he stop the bleeding, or does he go for the points?
I think with points. 3, with 3 in there, he's got to go back up there. If those were 2 singles, I would say that 15 might be an option. But a single making
guaranteed him points.
Yep, making Brandon throwing at those points.
Brandon picking up 60 points there.
So Ox still with a chance here. 2 bulls for a shot at the 15. Oh, and he's going to kick himself for that one. Does follow with a double bull, though, so Brandon's going to need to triple the 15 first.
Yeah, if he wants a shot at that bullseye, but at this point, I don't know if he's going to leave.
And that dart unlucky. Still manages a triple between the other 2, though. That was mighty impressive.
Absolutely. So Ox comes to the board with the 3-dart outs keep getting a little bit easier. We've seen him come up needing 4 bullseyes and a trip 15. Here we see him need only 3. But again, I don't know if he even takes the shot. Well, we're gonna find out. The winning dart coming in. There it is.
And you see the smirk. After that double bull went in, it's almost as if he knew that triple 15 was going away.
Yeah.
That was a brilliant shot out of Ox. To hold his throw there, he loses that one, and Brandon's looking very good. Now we're back on par for a 9-game match.
Absolutely. He takes a step back before that double bull, steps up to the line, whacks it, and throws that 15 straight in there.
So Brandon, a solid 7-20 start, forcing Ox down to the 19s. He only throws 4. So a 7-0 for Brandon here early doors.
Now again, the only advantage left for Brandon here is the start, and with each of his starts, he will take the lead. So he has the best opportunity to go to the hill first, as this is a race to 5 match in the morning green flight qualifier.
A big 9 out of Brad Oxendine there on the 18s to a pull within 13 points, making Brandon think about the 20 here. Not comfortable with the 13-point lead. He throws 2 singles on the 20. Third dart, gets a little gutsy, throws it to triple 18, and hits it.
Yeah, the payoff pitch there, definitely happy to see that go in.
Again, Gordon uses a baseball reference, although he hates the game.
The reference is all that game is worth. Here we see Brandon walking up here, taking a shot at that 20.
Same shot as last time. This time, however, comes up short on the 17.
I really think Brandon is playing with fire right here, because Brad, knowing his quality and his class, I don't know that Brandon can get away with that shot so many times. He's definitely going to get away with it here. You see a shake of the head. I think maybe a "Are you serious?" He can't believe he's missed, or at least put in a good shot to turn this around.
Well, both players really in a decent position here, because even if they lose this leg, they're going to have a start in the next leg, and then if they hold their throw, we will go into a 9th game decider where they'll cork to see who goes first. So Brad, down 88 points, needs at least 17s, only comes away with 4. So Brandon, 20-point lead. He's been throwing at the 20 when he's only up a little bit. Does again. Drops down with the 17 on the third dart and hits it.
Finally, I think a really good calculated shot there by Brandon. Finally has the confidence to throw one on that 17.
Yeah, because he hit the triple 17, it actually put him 4 darts ahead, because 9-16 still makes Brad trailing by 4 points. Whereas if he misses that, the 17s, he could have easily went 6, well, not easily, but he could have went 6 17s and tripped a 20 to have a 2-point lead. So that difference in the scoring power of the 17 versus the 16 really made a difference there.
Yeah, and here we see Brandon take that 16 away, sending Brad over to the other corner in the 15s to try to reel this leg back in.
Oh, and he comes up with exactly the amount of marks he needed to take the point lead. So he'll have an 8-point advantage, but he's battling against the 20 with only the 15. If I'm Brandon here, I'm loading that 20 up.
Yeah, you're losing 15 points for every triple hit between those two numbers.
And there you have it.
120, yep.
He scores 6 20s for 120 points. That forces Brad to throw 8 15s, which he's not going to throw 8. It's either going to be 9 or less than that.
Oh, he almost had the 9. That was a tough kiss on the third dart.
So even though Brad started this exchange with an 8-point advantage, and they both throw 6 marks, now Brandon holds a 22-point lead. Oh, and take advantage of it does he. 2 triple 20s and a triple 15 splashed in the middle to take a huge advantage going in the Bullseyes and go 1 game away from the victory here in the king seat.
Brilliant shot from Brandon there. But Brad not going to let this go. Does end up closing the Bullseyes in 2 darts. But Brandon here with all the confidence in the world to walk up, hit the hat trick, and close this out. Ooh, falls just below, but not a whole lot hurt. Brad really going to have to fill this thing up if he wants to put any pressure at all on Brandon.
Yeah, down 142 points. He needs 6 just to take the point lead. Not going to happen now. So Brandon will come back to the board, only needing 1 bullseye to take Game 7 and a 4-3 advantage. Does fall out on the 20, but not so sure that's going to come back into play.
There we go. little gitchy dart on that first one. He falls in there to close out the leg. Brad now with Brandon on the hill, getting ready to start his leg and try to send this to a corked final leg of cricket.
Yeah, if Brad can only hold his throw here, he knows that it's not an automatic start for Brandon in the ninth leg, so it will come down to the cork if Brad wins this leg.
And Brad looks like he's intending to win this leg. I'm surprised he left the 20.
Honestly, in a leg that you have to win, the only shot that can't be matched is a $180.
Well, and earlier in the match, we did see him start with a ton 80, so I'm surprised to see him switch this time. Maybe his darts just weren't where he wanted them to be, and he felt as if he was blocked. Because as Gordon said, 7 19s would have gotten the lead, but Brandon only throws 4.
But Ox right back in those triples.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a nice 9 mark.
The messing around has deceased.
Yes. Yeah, Brad is definitely looking to quickly send this to a final game. Ooh, and we see Brandon slide off that top dart in the single 17 into the 3. No mercy from this man. Brandon now relegated to the 15. Already has 3 numbers open. Really needs to close this.
Tripled both sides of it. Oh, that could have hurt.
Chomping on that gum. Knowing that he's going to go to a last leg here in this the king seat match of the men's green flight qualifier.
Yeah, the way Brad started this leg, there really wasn't much Brandon could do other than prepare himself for a Game 9. Get some warm-up here on the cork. Get ready to play, because you're going to need it if Brad's going to play like this.
Yeah, Brad has seemed to find another gear just when he needed it. And knowing Brad, I can only see him carrying this into that final leg.
2 doubles.
Up until that leg, though, Brandon's probably been the more consistent player, so we'll see what happens here on the cork.
Yeah, I really look for a great leg.
Oh, good placement if you're going to miss, but Brad only needing any bullseye to take the cork. Steps very far to the right to get a better angle and does hit it. You see Brandon there in the background, throws dart up in the air. He knows that dart might be costly.
When you're corking in soft tip, DJ, would you rather see or show?
Oh, and soft tip, I'd absolutely rather show. I tend to show in still tip as well, more often than not. But yeah, in soft tip, because I'm not allowed to pull the dart unless it's in the dead center,
Right.
I will show just about every time. Yeah, I have to have a lot of inside information that you don't like showing is the only way that I'm going to let you throw the dart first. Now, how about you? Same?
I always want to show. My philosophy is never give up an empty open board.
Yeah, same way.
So Brad starts with the 4 mark, and really Brandon needs to set the tone going second here straight away. And we see him find a pile.
Yeah, that's the advantage. But Brad's still going first in this leg and does have the 20.
The great equalizer is still nerves.
Well,
Which
and
seemed to be showing a little bit with Brendan.
yeah, you would with Brad.
Brad.
Yeah.
Right.
You would think that Brad would be pretty steady, but it's looking as though Brandon can handle the nerves better here in this match.
That was a big close.
Oh, wow. That was a huge last start to take away the 20, sending Brad down to the over to the 18.
Yeah, Brad's not going to be happy about the position that he's put himself in. And here we see that that pressure begin to mount as he only is able to manage a 3 mark.
So after an amazing leg at the exact time when Brad needed it to stay alive there in the 8th game, he does not put in a good game here. Brandon, though, going to let him off the hook with only a 1 mark. So down exactly a triple 18, Brad will come to the board to really take back control of this game, with even though he's only averaging a 3-0. Oh, but Brad only ties the score. So Brandon with the better number on the 19. I got to imagine I stay on it till I throw 2 triples, and if I throw 2 triples, I'm not leaving it.
Absolutely. And we see what I think is
the easy close with the last 2 darts, 2 singles.
Playing with fire a little bit.
He did only need 2 singles, so I understand throwing the darts there. But when I have the bigger number, I want to get a 4-dart advantage.
Yeah, you never want to give your opponent a 3-dart opportunity to catch you.
Oh, and here we see Brad slipping into both neighbors before finding the 17.
So Brandon going to try to run away with this one. Not going to happen, though. Again, on an opportunity, he only comes away with less than 3 marks. So this, honestly, the poorest leg we've seen out of these two. A 3-0 battling a 4-0. And Brad down 76 points, has the 17 to score on, needs 5 before he takes the point lead. But if he goes triple-triple, he might take a shot at that 19.
Oh, I think at this point in the leg, averaging 3 marks a turn, you almost have to. We're not going to see that exact shot. Oh, and we see him sliding into that 3 again.
A single triple on a round, a single triple that counts on a round where he throws 3 of them. I mean, very unfortunate. But Brandon, really, wow. A big last dart, though. Almost as if he gave up on that 19. He'd thrown a lot of darts at it, hadn't hit a triple in about 7. So he just went to the 17. He's going to mix things up a bit.
Yeah, that's given a new face to this leg as it moves Brad even farther down the board, losing 3 more per triple as he gets farther away from the 19 that Brandon has. Here we see points coming in, I hope, and that's exactly what he does. He still doesn't find the triple, but does extend that lead by 19.
Well, and a big 19, because now he's up by 47 points, and because Brad's throwing it to 15s, he cannot get the point lead and close the 19s.
Oh, and again, we see him slide left.
So Brad hasn't hit more than 4 marks in the last 5 or so rounds. Really, Brandon has a big advantage or a big shot to take advantage here, and that's exactly what he does. Closes a 15, trips a 19 for scoring, and gives himself a single bullseye. So he knows coming back he'll only need 2 bulls, 1 dart to win this match.
Absolutely incredible. Oh, and again, even after the 2 bullseyes, tries to take that 19 away and slides into the 7.
So 2 bulls for Brandon. Finds one with the first. Hits a 19 fallout on the second. And misses on the third. However, that 19 did push the bullseye again. So Brad's still going to need 6 bullseyes if he wants to take advantage here in the 9th leg.
Yeah, really, you gotta think this is all academic. I know Brad's going to take a hard look at this. There's no way he's going to give up and throw any darts away. But really, all to do.
Might take a stab at the 19 again. Yeah. Don't really matter much.
That's a cosmetic dart.
Yeah. Well, it's a punt, really. If Brandon does happen to miss all 3 at the bullseye, which we see he won't, you do get a shot at 5 bulls. Because another fallout does hurt you again. So
stops your opponent from scoring anymore.
So Brandon does win the match there. 5-4 victory in the men's green flight qualifier finale, or excuse me, king seat match. So Brad Oxendine will be relegated to the 1-loss bracket. Brandon will wait to see who comes back to play him for the winner take all. Or excuse me, not winner take all, but for first and second.
So we're going to slide over here. Oh, we're going to take a break. We're going to break the feed, actually, so if it goes out for a second, you'll refresh your browser and bring that back up. Again, if you...
Okay, so we've moved over to board 1B to see the women's purple flight qualifier king seat match here. We got to see Amy win earlier with a good win over Margaret Himsath. And Carolyn Nessmann waiting. So we join this in the second leg. It appears though Amy has lost the first game, but winning this one here. However, not sure about this shot. Needing 116, down 27 points, has the 20 to score on and throws it to 15. So she does manage to close the 16 with the last dart. Carolyn gonna need 2 20s and 2 15s to really put a good grip on this game. Not gonna do it. Only hits 120 with the first 2, but does close the 20. So 3 15s needed for Amy to take the point lead.
We see Amy just outside of that triple, gets in there, finds the marks required to take the lead, heading into the bullseyes. Carolyn really going to want to at least close that bullseye, if not try to get 4 for the score. And she's just going to take that 15 away and put Amy on that hat trick.
I really like this strategy. Force Amy to throw 3 bulls. If she doesn't, you need 4 behind her. And Amy's going to miss the first dart, so she's going to need a double. Not going to get there. So misses all 3. So now Carolyn really not in a position to have to finish 4. She's going to want to finish it to not give Amy another shot at 3 bulls. But if she can just cut this in half and hit 2, Amy might give her another shot at the other 2.
Oh.
Wow.
Little case of nerves on both parts of the ladies at this point.
Yeah, very close darts, but none of them in the bullseye. Just that little bit of tenseness causing them to miss the bull entirely.
And they look, again, like their comfort zone is not an issue.
Amy does find one with the 3rd dart, so she now only needs 2, and Carolyn needs 4. But Carolyn's at the board with darts in hand.
Ooh, and she's not going to find a bull with either of her first 2 darts. Oh, and even farther away on that last one. She's got to be getting frustrated. Amy now only needed 1 dart in the center of the board.
Or
Ooh.
2 halves. There you go.
She finds 2 red ones to take that second leg and tie up this match.
We do see Nate Borland in the background there applaud his wife Amy as she finishes that game. So she's not one of the ladies that doesn't want her husband watching. But yeah, certainly playing well to tie this match up at 1-all.
Boy, and Carolyn's already up there ready to throw, and the board's not even set. She is on the mark.
Yeah, I like a player that doesn't muck around. Just grab your darts, get ready to play.
And that's Nessie. She and I partnered in a steel tip event in Chicago. And boy, what a great partner she turned out to be.
Well, there you see. She should make a fine steel tip player, throwing 7 20s to start this game.
Yeah, Amy going to need to come back and set the tempo of her own. Ooh, and slides into that 7.
A little too much energy on that 3rd dart.
We'll see how much of a stranglehold Carolyn puts on that poor shot from Amy.
That's great darts.
Amy running over to that 17, again skipping the 18. We'll have
loving it.
We'll have to ask her about that 18 when what's her proclivity is on that.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I understand it, but it must be her least favorite number. Maybe that should have been
throw with the 19 on the start.
Yeah, maybe in the player bio that everyone filled out, we should have asked least and favorite the number in cricket, because I think Amy would have definitely put the 18. Well, she goes back at it, not playing the 16s and 15s before it, and proves that she can hit it. Not sure why she wasn't throwing at it before this when she goes 2 for 2 on triple 18s.
Yeah, but that miss on that 19 may come back to hurt her. But Nessie just going to stay up there and pound that 20. Takes a whack at the 19 and falls all the way down into the triple 13.
The 18.
One thing I just noticed, Nessie actually carries 4 darts in her non-throwing hand. We see some players do this from time to time, and the reason I've always been given for why a player does this is just for rhythm, because they have a tendency to fall forward on that 3rd dart, knowing that they don't have any more darts to throw. So there you see she's got 1 more dart in her hand, does not throw that one, obviously. You only get 3 darts in darts.
Yeah, whenever I see players walking up as they throw their 3rd dart, I tell them, think 4th dart. It's even better to put one in your hand, so...
Yeah, you see a lot of players. I know Gary Mawson always used to carry a chalk holder, and that he just used that rather than carry a 4th dart. The chalk holder was just kind of that I don't know, unconscious reminder that you're not empty-handed, so you're still at the line.
Right, kind of a symbolic dart.
Exactly.
So Carolyn has wrestled this leg back away from Amy as she walks up to try to score some points on that 18. Only finds one. Now in a big hole with a smaller number and a point deficit. Carolyn again is going to be able to come to the board and do pretty much whatever she like. She's going to try to close out that 18 with three big fat darts. She does that, and now Amy really up against it with the point deficit, fighting against that 20 against the 15s. She only gets the close, doesn't even reel in any of the points back, and Nessie, I can only imagine, is going to follow.
One thing I've loved seeing at this tournament is it seems like the women are more supportive of their compadres than the men seem to be. There we see this match. There's at least 5 women back there in the stands watching. We just watched the other match between Brandon Smith and Ox, and I think only Steve May was watching, and only because he was up on that board next. So the women really supportive of their friends here.
Absolutely. You can see on the left-hand side of the feed there, Jennifer Mounts from the final that we watched on Saturday night.
I believe so. So Carolyn with a real good hold on this here game, up by a mile. Amy's going to need a lot of help if she's going to come back in this game. Does a little bit of good for her own cause, though. So Carolyn now needing one bull, will take her time, plays with the darts a little, pulls up double bull, count it. So she'll take a 2-1 lead going into game 4. We've went with the throw so far. Each woman maintaining their advantage when they have the start. Stolen.
So Amy's going to come up here and try to hold her darts here in the fourth leg.
Oh, and missed that triple. Hitting the 5, but not going to get the job done.
Yeah, I think if you don't come away with at least the 20 closed, you have to really be kicking yourself as you're walking away.
Well, in essence, you're giving the start to your opponent, so...
Carolyn going to give it right back, though, so both players with 2 20s to start this game.
This is huge for Amy, having 2 20s and now, in essence, going first.
Yeah, and a triple was going to score. And she gets it with the last.
Yeah, you see her give herself that come on before throwing that very last dart that finally found its mark.
Nice third dart by Nessie. Picks up 19 points on that turn.
Wow, and Amy there goes back up to the 20 but does not hit it after closing the 19 with a triple.
Carolyn's all over those 18s.
That's really good.
And a smart close on the 20s.
See a big breath from Amy. She's going to find her mark on that 17 and add 17 points to her score.
Carolyn's going to be all over those 18s. Don't stop.
Yeah, Carolyn, not one that's afraid of those 18s so far.
They seem to be her friend.
She finds 108 points for a pile of 18s, and Amy again has to go down and find that triple 17. Ooh, and
She does on the third dart
another great last dart from Amy.
to tie it up.
Amy's done that to Carolyn a couple of times. See a come on to herself.
Oh, those are tough positioning. I hate shooting underneath my dart. I don't think Carolyn likes it either. But it makes Amy have to shoot 2 17s to go up in points. or triple.
Amy straight away into that 17. Oh, and 2 wayward darts, though, after that initial triple.
That could be costly.
Carolyn now technically only needs 2 18s to take that point lead, but she's going to want to find a triple for sure.
Oh, that hurt. Now, will Amy pile on the points or go for the close of the 18s?
I think I would have lost that bet. No.
I thought I would have gone 17 first dart, or until I hit a triple before I took a shot at that 18.
Yep. Amy pulls the ripcord, though, after 1 dart. So we'll see Nessie step up here and try to get a reprieve. Falling all the way down into that triple 13 off the bat. Ends up coming away with 36 points.
Still a 4-point game. That's go either which way.
Oh, both neighbors getting some work there by Amy, all around that 17. Carolyn with only a 4-point lead. Any prediction on where she starts?
I would start at the 18.
That's exactly what she does.
Yeah,
Nice
4 points.
17.
4 points, not really that much to feel comfortable about. So even if you go 3 singles and close out the 17, you still have to worry about your opponent going 4 marks to take the point lead.
Amy straight into that treble 15
Oh, twice.
for a pile of 15s to take that point lead back. But Carolyn coming to the board with the bigger number. Gotta expect her to respond in kind.
I'm finding it more and more difficult to figure out what Amy's throwing at. Because even there, we see her throw at the 15 rather than the 16. So she has no regard for what's the biggest number. She's going to throw at whatever she's comfortable with. Which I've said many times. Honestly, the first thing that pops in your head is what you should throw at. However, the first thing that should pop in your head is the best number.
Yeah, and because this is a tournament, the time for practice and trying out new things, I think, is over. They've put in the work. They put in the time to practice. That's definitely something that I think will be mentioned to Amy and maybe work on for the next time.
Yeah, I'm curious to get her answer on why she chooses some of the shots she does.
Remaining a 5-point spread. Tactics is all in this game.
Ooh, and we see Carolyn put in a big triple on Amy's number to again take a lead, 31-point lead going into the 16s.
Oh, that's too bad. 5 would have put Amy up.
So Carolyn now just needing to close the 16 to send herself with a big lead going into the Bullseyes. She's going to get a triple.
Close.
Goes back at the 18 to build a bigger lead, however misses it. Honestly, not that important of a dart because if she would have only hit a single, wouldn't have pushed the Bullseye anyways.
Amy definitely frustrated in this leg as it was her start. She's not really wanting to give it up, but everything in the hands of Nessie now.
Yeah, but with that alternating start, she's really going to be in trouble because Carolyn's going to go 2 games ahead. So knowing that Carolyn only has to hold her throw from here on out.
And
So there you have it. 3-1 advantage to Carolyn. Amy will get to start again, but gonna need to break the throw at some point.
See Carolyn finish up starting this the 5th leg of this match. Amy straight into that treble 20, playing very aggressive this time, trying to take that 19 as well.
I I think Amy's already looking for game shot.
Yeah, she came to the board on a mission there, and she's definitely going to pay for it. Not getting any of those points in that first one as we see Nessie find a pile of 19s and go up and take a shot at that 20.
Yeah, so Amy kind of punts on that third dart there, just taking away the 19, down 57 points. If I were Carolyn, being that I'm playing better than Amy, I'd probably go 18s just to extend this game before I threw at the 20. But Carolyn opts to close out the 20 first. Does not hit the 18 with the third, so she'll have a 57-point lead, but Amy will get the first shot at whatever number she chooses to throw for score.
I think we may see her go down to the 17s. And that's exactly what she does, and she is hitting those well. That's for sure. Nessie here, I think intelligently is going to take that bigger number since it was uncontested. Closes and scores some points there, and the battle begins, the 17s versus the 18s. Ooh, right there, right above, right below, all around that treble 17. Amy does wrestle the point lead away, but Nessie is going to take care of that with her first dart.
These women really playing well. 4-5 against a 3-5. Certainly quality averages. So Stacy, do you know your soft tip average when you were playing a lot more?
I don't even remember.
No.
No, I remember in the Darts Live ranking when the first day I played it, I ended up a 17.5 something.
Okay.
And then there was nowhere to go but down.
Amy straight away back into that treble 17 twice. Ooh, and takes a whack at that 18. Falls just outside, one hole. I think that was a good spot for her to take a shot, though.
Absolutely. She needs something, and that could have been it.
Nessie not giving up at all, though.
No, straight back into that triple as well. Amy going to need to mimic that last shot again. Oh, and she does.
The inside double.
She does maybe a little bit too good of a job mimicking that as she doesn't find the multiple scoring spot in the 18.
Oh, but Carolyn does.
Carolyn only needing 2 single 17s to close it out. Misses the second dart entirely, and it affects her third dart as well.
Well, that affected her strategy, too. That made her go back to the 18s on her third dart, and I think she was figuring on the 2 7s.
And Amy gets a little tricky, throws it to 18, down by 3 points, only needing 1 mark, and does not hit it.
Guess they can clean this up. 3 singles.
Oh, she's getting real frustrated. She needed that to fall in. The big long blink, trying to decide what she wants to do with this shot.
18s.
You see Amy there back behind her with kind of a Mike Maloney reaction to that triple 18.
Yeah, really getting frustrated about how well Carolyn's hitting the 18. Again, takes a shot at it to close it, wanting to take away Carolyn's 18, but cannot do it.
Yeah, I think Amy got unlucky on that one. It looked to be in the double, but the board scored it as a ghost. Oh, I really expected that last start to fall into the triple.
So did Carolyn.
So Amy now going to move over to that 15. And now she takes that 18 away.
Yeah, I think I hear her say something about how finely she hit it. But still down 9 points. Carolyn, though, going to take away her 15, move over to the 16, hit that one as well. So a huge shot in response by Carolyn. And a big last as well, because now she moves exactly 25 points ahead. So even if Amy were to throw forward bulls, she would have a shot at the win, but not going to take the point lead.
Ooh, Amy does try to take a shot at taking that 16 away. I don't mind it there, again, for the exact reason that you were just talking about, DJ, because it's going to leave her a shot to win. However, Carolyn at the board.
Needing 3 bulls, hits a double with the first.
Oh! And there she is. She takes it out.
So a 4-1 advantage for Carolyn. 1 game away from winning the king seat in this here women's purple flight qualifier.
The loser here, of course, will not be out. They will only have 1 loss and fall down into the loser takes third match and await the winner of the elimination bracket to battle it out again to see who's going to come back and play Nessie. But this match is not over, as it is only 4-1 in a race to 5. So Amy has plenty of legs left if she can wrestle the legs away from Nessie here.
Yeah, we've certainly seen spurts out of Amy that qualify for good enough to win 4 games on the trot. So if she can find that form and keep it up, she certainly could come back in this match.
Nessie just had a great first start, and the next 2 were for nothing. That's a smart close by Amy. Carolyn's back to her favorite number.
Yeah, her favorite's Amy's least favorite, so makes for an intriguing matchup. One player doesn't want to throw at it because they're afraid of it. One player loves hitting it.
Oh.
Afraid no more. Afraid no more. I bet she's going to be relieved that she got that out of the way so early in this game.
You see Jennifer back there giving Amy her sign of approval on that shot.
Yeah, cheering on her fellow UTG team member. We see Amy there in the pink Trish Grezik Red Eye Rhino jersey.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Only able to score 20 points there, though. Carolyn all the way back down on those 17s, which is typically a number that we've seen Amy hit well. And she's only able to muster 2 marks there. So Amy going to try to put in a triple on that 20. Perhaps get a shot at the 17. Oh, not finding that 20 on a regular basis.
Nessie with a 5-point lead. Where do you think she's going?
17. Not looking like it, though. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I can't tell with Nessie's eye level. She's confused me a couple different times. It certainly looks like she's looking up, but I think it's the height of how she holds the dart, because she's got it above the eye line, so I always assume she's throwing up.
Yeah, she throws from above eye level, which is a little tricky, I think.
Yeah, you
a
see,
nice one
you
for
see
you.
Amy there pulls it straight down below the eye, which is typically where you're instructed to hold the dart. Although, I guess on a
Nessie has
second
high
glance,
release point too in her
yeah.
throw.
But I think it might just be the fact that our camera is below the board that's making it look like it's so upward, because Nessie a little bit taller than Amy.
Amy able to take the lead there. But Nessie really been able to hit the triples anywhere around the board.
Oh, and a couple of floaters there. Not going to be happy with those, yeah. Steps back, resets, and finds the
makes it
triple.
count.
What a recovery. Yeah, even Jen Mounts back there gives a head nod.
Oh, Amy over. Nessie hitting the triple 17. Takes that away after a big triple 20 to take the point lead as well. Again, Nessie able to find the triples no matter where she's at on that board.
Yeah, more often than not, she's good for one triple a turn.
Which is a great standard for these women and great standard for Nessie in general.
Honestly, for probably 90% of dart players, that's a fantastic standard if you can throw a triple a turn.
She's right back in there. Oh, and almost has the big 7 mark to wrestle that 20 away from Amy as well.
Nessie's got a lot of triple five. Well, both have a lot of triple fives this game.
Yeah, Amy
Caught it on the third.
lunging that last one into there. Able to take the point lead by 36 points. Nessie's definitely going to need that triple in order to take the point lead now. Oh, and just falls short. So she comes back up. Amy does already have a 15, but she finds the triple anyways. Oh.
Old hop there on the third one. Halfway to the board when she lets it go. And that might be the reason she landed low into this 777.
Yeah, tough dart from Amy. Probably would have all but secured this leg, but Carolyn finally given a bit of a reprieve for her and not finding the triple.
Well, Amy just took care of that.
And she's going to stay on it. Hits 2 more singles to take a 54-point lead. So Carolyn will need 6 bullseyes to take the advantage.
Yeah, Amy really, really has to hit this game or she's out of it.
Nessie very annoyed that she couldn't catch that single 16 to try to close the 20 and make this a bullseye battle. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not so sure what that third dart hit, but I don't agree with the single 2.
Production team, are we going to be able to get a slow motion replay on that dart?
Oh, you get an eyebrow.
We're being told no again, so we'll have to just assume that the board. We're being told that's not going to be able to be possible.
Yeah, I believe we were told to kick rocks.
And here we see Amy. Boulders.
Kick boulders it is.
But Amy ends up winning the leg, despite that very unlucky dart. But what that does do is it sends Nessie to the board to be able to start this leg, which could be the final one if she's able to win it.
Yeah, throwing for the match here is Nessie.
The first 3 darts are going to be really important for Carolyn.
Yeah, we'll see what she can do. I got a feeling Nessie's going to continue her streak of.
I predict at least 5.
Yeah, triplet turn's been pretty steady. Gonna need it with the third. Only 3 singles, but still the close of the 20.
Now, would you take that one dart at the 20 just to shut down?
No, I play more of a points game. I go at the 19, and then now I take the shot up. But she chooses to stay on it and hit 7 of them.
Which was a good choice for her this turn.
Absolutely. Yeah, if I tripped the 19 with my first dart, I'd probably move up to the 20 straight away. But no, I do not follow on the 20.
I'll never figure out when people do, because then you've just each thrown one turn, the 20s are gone, you're starting over and your opponent has to start.
Yeah, the game's closer to the end, and you haven't gained any advantage.
Exactly. Oh, that was an unlucky turn for Amy.
Yeah, so after throwing a big 7 mark on the first turn, she blanks on the next one. So Carolyn, down by 16 points, is going to want to fill up this 20. Oh, but she switches down the 19 after a triple. Goes back up for a huge 9 mark. So a 104-point advantage and the 20s for Carolyn Nessmann. Oh, hop not going away though. She does throw in a single, or excuse me, one triple 17.
She's got to feel the pressure at this point.
Yeah, she's on the edge of defeat here because Carolyn, with control of this leg, only needing this last one to really send Amy down to the 1-loss bracket.
And Carolyn not hesitating to pad her lead with more points.
No, very smart shot, honestly.
Absolutely.
So only 2 singles for Amy. Still trails by 70 points. Nessie's going to need 2 17s to close it down.
Her first start will go at the 20, I think.
Yeah? Oh, she'll probably move up now. No, but stays on it.
Oh.
No doubt about it, she's going to go back at the 20 now.
Yeah, now she's pretty much committed.
Yep.
That was just unlucky. Yeah, I just started with the 20. If you hit the 60, it's going to be that much easier to hit the 2 17s.
Yeah, plus I like the fact that Amy chooses the 17 over the 18, so I'm not really afraid of battling the 20 against the 17. But Amy does show that she can pound the 17s there with a pile of them.
That's just 102 points she put on her side.
So just 3 steady for Carolyn to take back the advantage, a 28-point lead. Amy's still with that 17, though.
She better stay there till she hits a triple. There you go.
Oh, takes a shot up at the 20.
That was a gutsy shot. That would have been huge to hit.
Yeah, that third dart could have meant the world of difference in this leg. And really for Amy's match. Because without it, she may lose this game.
Well, Nessie's given her chances. Only had 2 singles again. Oh, that hurt.
Yeah, she got her
Okay,
reprieve.
Amy, yeah. For Amy, well done.
Didn't hit it on the last time, but she comes away with it this time. So very good darts for Amy, going second here in this 7th leg of the women's king seat match in the women's purple flight qualifier. Nessie not going away, though. 4 18s.
50-point score. It's one dart game.
Yeah, Amy averaging just over a mark better than Nessie going into this turn, but not going to come away with more than 1 mark on this one.
I'm glad Amy threw down there. Make something happen every turn you throw.
Oh, and look out. Here comes
She
Nessie.
had a rhythm. It's 9 of them.
Fill it up, Nessie. 9 18s to take a 95-point advantage. So it's going to take 17s for Amy to get that point lead. Only 3, though. One triple.
I thought for certain the second or third was going to hit that.
Yeah, I'd love to hear what Amy has to say about which dart is her best, because that hop on the third dart is really seems to be making her miss those.
Oh, and those triple 18s that Nessie's hitting is definitely helping her
We keep
cause.
talking about it, but I think 18s is the best number for Nessie.
She loves it.
Yeah.
She loves it this game.
So Amy electing to go at the 15. Only hits 2. So down by 98 points, trailing 4 games to 2. In a world of hurt if Nessie can just close that 15, maybe even put some sugar on the donut with some 16s.
Back up to points.
Wow. Ooh. I think she felt that was an important number. If she could get it out of the way, that would almost wrap it up.
Yeah. I'd like to see Amy get up there with a little more confidence. She seems like she's her own worst enemy, but that was a good turn, hitting 415s.
Yeah, reeling in 45 points there. Carolyn, again, seeing how she felt about that last shot, I can't imagine she's going to not take that 15.
So Stacy, as a woman of your standard, well, what do you accept coming away from the board as far as marks is concerned in a game of soft tip?
In a game of soft tip, for me, I would like to hit at least 2 triples every turn.
Every turn, 2 triples.
Every turn, triples, 2 of them.
So there you have it, folks. If you want to compete with the best in America, you're going to need 2 triples.
Yeah, a 5 to 6 average is a very, competitive top average for the women. I'm not saying I do it, but that's what I'd like to do. Yeah.
That's how you drew it up anyway, right?
I was going to say, well, a 9-0 average would be kind of my preference, but...
It'd be too easy. Too easy.
It'd be boring then.
So Amy down 53 points. Going to close the 18 with the last one. So if she does get another shot, she will have a 3-dart out, but it's going to be 6 bulls. We've only seen that once this weekend, or maybe twice. But yeah, Nessie's going to try to not give her that shot. She throws a
don't
double
think
bore
so.
herself. Needs one more. Steps back. Resets. Gives a look of disgust. Oh,
And
it still
then
misses.
Oh,
So this would be something on Amy Borland if she can hit 6 bulls. Odds are certainly against her, but I'd love to see it.
she's definitely capable. Not now, but she can do it.
Yeah, I know she's done it before. So Nessie now 1 bull to take the women's purple flight queen seat. And she gets it.
With a sigh of relief.
So Carolyn Nessmann, Nessie at lost bracket where she will play in the loser take 3rd match, needing to be double dipped to be eliminated, hoping to preserve that 1 loss and come back to try to triple dip Carolyn. It appears though we have a men's match warming up on board 1A. We're going to head over there and see what's going on. So here we see Kyle Leidecke in the black hat at the board now. Jeff Cohey, who we got to see last night a good bit, end up winning one of the men's qualifiers over Jim Nolte, I believe.
I know he beat him in the final of the
King seat.
King seat.
Maybe that's who he didn't beat in the final.
No, I think in the final it was Dennis.
Oh, Simonson,
Simonson.
that's correct. Dennis Simonson actually made it back to the finals. So it looks as though they're preparing to cork. Kyle's still gonna warm up on the 20s though. We'll get these guys started straight away. This is a single loss bracket match. They will be playing 1st to 2. First game will be cricket. If a tiebreaker is needed, it'll be a game of 501 where they will cork to see who starts. So the ever-important cork going to play a big part in this if we get to 3 games.
My money's on going to 3 games at this level.
Yeah, once you get down to here, there's not too many players you're going to be able to just beat going second. So with that loser starts format, it certainly makes for a lot of drama on the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, as someone that hates corking, I'm not a fan of the loser start mentality.
I've actually played events, soft tip events, with loser start format and gone through 4, 5, 6 rounds and never started a game.
Yeah, it's crazy
It's
because
just...
especially in a flip and go.
Exactly.
If you're
That's what kills
unlucky,
me.
this at least is a cork to start. But I've played in flip and go events where you lose the flip, they go first, you win going second, they get to go first again. If you win that one, you didn't even get to start a single leg.
You've never started. That's why, again, if for instance, 01, I'm playing Paula Murphy and she gets the start, I can almost bank I'm going to be facing a hat trick to compete against, and I'm going to want to take a shot at the 180. Not only to be 30 points up, but to hopefully make them lose a little bit of focus and start to, think about the game a little bit more.
Yeah, I typically don't start looking at the 20 in a game of 501 until after I've thrown a 150 first to leave 351 because you can still go out in 9 from there unless
Right,
it's
180 and 71, sure.
unless it's the arachnid rules of the outer ring only where you can't bull out. So
you must
can't
double.
Yeah, you can't close 351 and 6 darts. So I would go bullseye, and then most likely throw at the 17 with my last dart to leave myself 350, and from there I can or actually no, that wouldn't even do it either. So I would probably have to throw 2 triples on my first turn.
I was going to say, you'd need a couple of triples in there.
Yeah,
To
so
get down if it's only a double out without the bull.
yeah, so that's
That
exactly right because you
161,
can't
that
pull out on
151 doesn't help you.
161. So yeah, you would need at least a 1 or 2 triple turns. So 170 would probably be the preferred shot to leave 331, 180 leave 151, and then you try to finish from there.
Right. You go up there, you hit the first dart, and it goes in. The second 2 go in, you walk away with a $180. It just feels good.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't care if it's soft tip or steel tip. It feels good either way.
No, perfect darts feels good. So Jeff does win the cork. He starts with 4 20s. Not quite what we were seeing from him last night as we were nicknaming him Mr. 9 Mark.
No, not quite yet. As he did have a match yesterday with 7 of them.
Yeah, so Kyle, you see him break a tip off in there in the triple 19. So he'll have to get that fixed.
Kyle, new to the stream. Some stats on him. He is a 40.8 in 01, a 4.6 in the cricket from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. He plays for Automatic Vendors Sioux Falls.
Lots of winnings for Kyle.
Absolutely.
It appears as he has about, what, $12,000 over his career here at TOC in just 2 years.
Well, the stats are pretty high for him, so that's going to bring in the money.
Well, I do know that he got second place 2 years ago, so that's a big win. Him and his partner actually knocked out Eric Blackledge, and Kyle's partner took out a 167 to win the match in the last leg, with Eric sitting on a very doable out. So we were talking to Eric about it, and he still remembers that to this day. That more or less that was a $2,500 shot right there.
Yeah.
And
That's a big out.
and a potential $7,500 shot, because they still had the opportunity of winning it, which would have gotten them $10,000 instead of $5,000.
Yeah. There's a lot of money involved here.
Yeah, 167 out. That's a big shot. So Kyle does take the lead in this one, averaging 5.67. Jeff's gonna need a big shot on the 20s.
Yeah, Jeff finds himself here after a dogfight through the one loser bracket, which also included Greg Fontaine, who has won qualifiers this weekend, Jim Nolte, who has made really good runs in the qualifiers as well. Kyle Lydecke finds himself here because of losing the king seat to Kenny Doyle, also somebody that we've seen on the feed before.
So Kenny Doyle will have the king seat. One of these guys hoping to make it back to him to square off and try to triple dip him. So Jeff does maintain a 35-point lead in the 20s. Kyle going to have to move to the 18s.
Steve May was also in this.
Job of it.
Steve May was also in this bracket, another former winner of these qualifiers.
So Kyle does get the advantage. However, Jeff's going to come straight back with 2 triple 20s on the first 2 darts and a single 18 on the third. So a 83-point advantage for Jeff now.
Kind of thought that was the first time Mr. Nine Mark was going to earn his namesake there.
Yeah, he threw one in every leg except for one yesterday, and had more than one in a couple of different legs.
Kyle going to slide to the left here, take hopefully an open shot at that 18, but falls just north.
Yeah, and we talk about it. You really separate yourself with 7s and 9s. If you're just staying 5 steady, and there you have
There it
it.
is.
We talked about it. But yeah, you really stay steady with 4 and 5 marks. But the 7s and 9s tend to make the advantage go for you in the leg, especially the 9 marks. So there he throws that 9, takes a 107-point lead in 2 numbers. Kyle almost responds with a 9 mark, though. 7-16s to pull back within 43 points.
Jeff, always a pleasure to watch, as he does play very good cricket, always keeping his opponent at arm's length with those points.
Yeah, he's certainly not setting himself up for any hucklebucks.
No, he wants to keeps a big enough lead that 3 darts aren't going to hurt him at any time, if he can help it, of course.
Yes. If you miss, you miss, but you don't want to throw stupid and cause your loss yourself.
Exactly. Put yourself in those kind of positions. We've seen so many players this weekend with just shot selection put themselves in a lot bigger holes than maybe were necessary.
And we've seen it burn a couple.
Well, soft tip strategy is going to play such a huge part because so many players are going to be hitting those triples.
Yes, any player in this room can throw a 9 mark. They've all done it before. If you're going to leave these players 9 marks, eventually they will do it.
Well, I don't know if Kyle necessarily left him a 9 mark, but Jeff really wanted to, but only needed one bullseye there to put a stranglehold on this leg.
Kyle feeling a little bit of pressure there.
So 2 bulls for Jeff. He hits a double with the first dart, a 5.42 in this leg. Certainly a heck of an average in the morning. So Jeff will set the board up for Kyle to start here. Again, this is a 1st to 2, so if Kyle's going to stay in this one, he needs to win this leg.
Kyle, though, leaving the open 20 after the start. Again, we've already covered it a couple of times this morning. Very, very big miss there from Kyle. Jeff, very good 20 shooter. Expect him to take advantage. And after a slack dart, does at least get that close and reel in 20 points. So Kyle, even though having the start, definitely walks back to the board with the hole that he's put himself in, only hitting those 2 first 20s.
Now, if I'm Kyle, I kind of like throwing at that 19 because we saw in the first game he had a tip break off in there. And you see the white speck at the top of the triple 19. Typically, you want to find something like that you can throw at because it narrows in your focus. So I would be pointing right at that tip, that broken off tip in that 19 when I'm throwing at it.
Well, and especially in the soft tip game, because the dart doesn't have to stick, it doesn't matter if you hit that tip or not.
Exactly.
So here we see Kyle's first chance to tee off on that 19. And he takes a swing at that 18 and back down to the 19. Would have liked to have seen him shoot at that 19 twice in a row first.
Yeah, and then use the third to go up at that 18 if he wanted to. Jeff's going to punish him, though, with 4 18s and a trip 19 to shut it down with a 15-point lead. So Kyle's going to need 4 17s to take the point lead here.
Jeff really playing a great cricket strategy. He was actually down in this leg, which is why he's taking chances. But when he's in front, he's going to keep that opponent at arm's length and make sure that he's the one hitting triples, and the other guy needing more than one triple a turn.
If I was Kyle that turn, that third dart would have stayed on the triple 17. I don't think I'd have shot for the 18.
Yeah,
2-point lead.
For Jeff, it's really about having the bigger number, and he's going to take advantage of it every time he does. But even those 3 singles, while he wasn't happy about it, you saw the sarcastic arm pump there. That was a 52-point advantage, so that's more than a triple. As you see, Kyle's down by 1. Kyle going to take a shot, though, and gets it. So again, probably wouldn't have taken the shot after tripping the 17 twice, but he hits the 18 this time.
So Jeff coming up here, relegated to the 16 corner. Oh, only finds 5 of them. Unable to take the point lead, which, as aggressive as Kyle's playing, we can only assume he's going to go to that 16, and if he trips that, close the 15 as well. As I say that, he tries to take some more 17s. And back to the 17 for a big final 51 points. Jeff here really needs to bed this 16. Perfectly capable of it. Falls short. Kyle here, only up 5 points. Takes that 16 away from Jeff. Probably stay on that 17 for some more points. So here we have Jeff coming to the board. Cannot hit the 9 mark to take the lead and close the number. And looks to be having trouble even getting some into that 15. Ends up coming away with 2 of them. So Kyle, again, being the aggressor in this leg, going to take that 15 and perhaps close out this leg.
Well, he's going to get a shot at it. Does. So Kyle does square this up at 1-all. We're going to play all 3, which the next game will be one game of 5-0-1. And we'll see Jeff throw for the cork to see if he can get the start.
Kyle's just got to hit a bull. And does.
So Kyle will get the start. He'll set up the board. So here in a game of 5-0-1, open bull, open out, he's just going to try to play it nice and steady. Just put in a nice 12 darter. Start with a hat trick. You're feeling very comfortable.
So I did just get some information that Kyle Licki has a nickname, which is Lids.
Lids? I like that. We might be saying his last name wrong then. It might be Licki. If it's Lids, you'd think it's Licki.
Oh, see, I was thinking of the hat.
Oh,
the hat store.
Yeah, that could be
the hat store.
Well, with the last name being LID, I don't know. We'll have to ask.
Yeah, but thank you very much for the information. Anybody that wants to give us little tidbits like that, we've got the chat on YouTube. You can tweet at us at Mad Podcast on Twitter.
And there you have it, a good solid hat trick start out of Kyle Licki.
Jeff really going to want to follow him up on that $150. He's not going to do it. Most likely finds 2 bulls. He does. So he's staying within touching distance. But Kyle, with that cork, winning this start, is really, really in the driver's seat.
So Kyle's still perfect through 6 darts. Looking really good to finish in 12 now.
So he's had 7 perfect darts, including his bull, his cork.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you remember, he finished the last game with a triple 15, double bull, single bull. So he's got quite a few perfect in a row. At least 10.
So again, we see an errant dart from Jeff, only able to put in the low ton, which just further extends that Licki lead.
What a miss, though. Even though he missed the bullseye, he just, but there it goes.
That last bull would have left some 2-bull finish.
Yeah, he got really lucky to hit the 1 to leave an even 200 and could 4-bull out from there. But the last dart hit a 6, so that goes down the drain.
And a $150 here. Oh, we're not going to see that. We're not even going to see the low ton from Jeff.
That's a very big mistake out of Jeff there. He doesn't leave an out. Kyle's going to have 6 darts from 144. Clearly going to want to go ahead and just finish this now, but knows that he gets another shot if he does not do it, which he won't.
Puts in that last big bullseye to leave 69 for the next time he comes up, as we know Jeff cannot finish 199.
Well, Jeff put a little pressure on him. Let's see what Kyle's got now. Should be the game.
Should be a big fat 19 and then a bullseye.
Well, he threw it to triple 19. I don't mind that, honestly. It pulls your focus in, and you still only need a big fat single on the next one. 12, not really a dangerous number if you miss it. The 9 and the 5 aren't bust numbers, so a very smart play by Kyle there. He does take this match 2-1 over Jeff Cohee, maintaining the 1-loss bracket, sending Jeff Cohee down to the 2-loss bracket, where he will have to fight it out in a 1-game 7-1 battle.
Yeah, people still left in this match that could possibly come down and play. Steve May, waiting for
It should be Jeff Cohey.
Yeah, waiting for Jeff Cohey.
So that will be Jeff Cohey's next opponent, Steve May. We're going to go ahead and switch on over to board 1B and follow the women's match. So here we have Heather Puffle playing against Margarita Fuentes. I like that name.
Absolutely.
Margarita Fuentes. That's got a good ring to it.
I like margaritas.
Yeah. So this is one game of 701. Margarita obviously won the cork. She is starting. And she throws one bullseye to take back the advantage. So a 24-point lead for Margarita. Heather coming to the board. Going to want to take that away. And some, of course. Well, she's going to do it because the first dart's a bullseye. Second dart a 10. Third dart another bullseye to take almost a 100-point lead.
Heather's got a lot of action in that arm throwing.
Yeah,
Big arm
it's-
pump.
Yeah, it's back and forth, but good solid hello ton there on the last turn.
It's working for her, so keep doing it.
So Margarita going to need a big shot here.
And these ladies are battling it out for loser takes fifth. Both have already qualified for the finale, and are on their last leg in this one game of 701. Because they are both new to the feed, we'll give you some updates here. Margarita hails from Orlando, Florida, and plays for C&M Darts. She carries a 21.17 in 01 and a 2.4 in cricket. And this is actually her second year here at the TOC with a little over $1,800 in winnings from last year. Heather, this appears to be her first year at the Tournament of Champions, with a 19 in 01 and a 1.9 in cricket. She's from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, and plays for Mid-State Amusement.
Sounds delicious. Fondue Lac.
I see what you did there.
And in Wisconsin, cheese, fondue. I feel like I want to visit that place.
It's got to be next level.
Yep.
It's got to be next level fondue.
So Heather now in 71 is going to want to take this out. Probably going to start on the 1717. No, decides to go 777 to leave 50. Double 14 to leave 36. Oh, went for the 12 with her opponent not in and out. I do not mind that at all. Very smart play by Heather. So Margarita now needing to apply pressure. Will throw just one bullseye for a 66 round, leaving 147. Heather sitting on 24. Got to imagine this is going to go away.
And just high into that 5.
Oh, that hurt.
Yeah, that's where that single out can get difficult. So Margarita going to come up for her first shot at this leg. Although it is a big one, it is a finish, and we'll see where she starts to get this combination. The shot is still on. Oh, and she's just high on the 19 that would have left her tops.
So Heather has busted this 24 once. We'll see if she puts that right this time. Certainly don't want to give Margarita a shot at 67. She has proven to be hitting one bullet turn. A single 12 again for Heather. And a double 12.
Oh, and there you see she gets very, very frustrated with that there.
Yeah, there's no good reason why Heather has any danger of losing this leg, but she has busted twice, so now Margarita will get a shot at 67.
When she's going to need all three. She does leave the bullseye. You see. Well, hey, welcome to the live feed here at the TOC in Kansas
City, Missouri.
Missouri.
Hey there, Charles Peterson.
Thank you, Dad, for backing me up there. We have Rick from the new Bullseye News. Rick, it sounds like you guys are kind of in a transition right now. Tell us what's going on. Is Jay still a part of the situation, the whole organization? What's your guys' current situation?
Well, with Jay, Jay's been publishing this magazine he started 34 years ago. And back in 2013, he put the magazine on hiatus just briefly. It was some family health issues, which he's been very public about, right? And, that hiatus turned into, 2 years. So my wife, Catherine, and I, approached Jay and said, look, what can we do to help to get the magazine back on track? So we started working together, and then things were, we earned his confidence that we could do it. And then, he said, look, I'm 6 months, I'm 65. I'd like to retire. Why don't you guys do it? So we're in that transition where he's helping us get the magazine launched, and we're gonna run with it moving forward.
Nice.
But he's still involved.
Now the way you just said that, it sounded like this was something that Jay maybe right off the bat was a little leery of. It sounded like you needed to show that you guys were interested, wanted to put the time and effort into it, because this has been Jay's baby for a very long time, and it sounds like absolutely. that may not have been the easiest thing to gain from him. So you guys obviously have shown a lot of heart for this piece.
Oh yeah, we have the passion and the motivation, and then the skills to do it, right? He's been looking for somebody to take it over once he realized he really just doesn't have the time to carry on, but he didn't want to just hand it over to anybody. And of course, it's his baby. Even though he wants to retire and step away,
right.
He doesn't want to see it crash and burn either, right? Or fade away to nothing.
Now, you and your better half, what's her name?
Catherine Haycock.
Catherine Haycock are taking it over. And where are you guys out of?
We're in Toronto, Canada.
Toronto, Canada. So you guys will still publish anywhere in the world?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we still like the graphics artist. We're using the same guy that Jay had. He's fantastic, Steve Durr, and we're still having it printed at the same printer.
So now, what key changes can we see from Bullseye News going forward? I know we had mentioned, because we did talk to Catherine, that there's going to be an online version of the magazine.
Yep, absolutely. And as well as the online, there's all kinds of online things that are planned. Like, so you can access the magazine, so you can view it on your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer, or obviously have the hard copy, your offline copy, right? So you can read that anywhere you want to.
Yeah, we joked about the actual magazine being called the offline version.
Yeah.
That's kind of humorous to me. So there you see Gordon holding up the latest issue with Big Daddy Darren Young on the cover there. Can you give us a little snippet of what we might see in this issue?
Yeah, in past issues, the magazine was a great place to find out about tournament results and tournament calendars, that kind of thing. But just the nature of print, by the time it has to go to the printer, all the preparation time, then the printing and the mailing, that those things tended to be a little dated. But that's what our website is for. So you'll get all your tournament results and your tournament calendars, upcoming things there. So the magazine has switched to more of a focus on articles and writing and entertainment, right?
Excellent. So, yeah, it sounds like you guys identified something where you needed to make a change, and automatically straight away are implementing that into the hard copy.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of the changes that you've seen here, we've kept a lot of the old, and there's some of the new, and a lot of those changes are things that Jay said. This is if I could do it over again, this is what I would do.
Right.
So this was his do-over as well, right?
Gotcha. Now, typically, Americans are not that interested unless Americans are involved. So I could see one of the things that some of the American subscribers, because you guys being out of Toronto, is it still going to be North America centric as far as the base for the magazine?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we for sure it's North American. Right. It's Canadian and U.S. Absolutely. The fact that we're in Toronto is just, the world has gotten a lot smaller with the internet, right?
Absolutely.
It's irrelevant, right? We've been approached by a lot of our international partners and sponsors, advertisers that are going to carry more international content. And again, with the internet opening that possibility up with an online version, I think you'll see more international. And you'll see in this edition that it is strictly North American, not really by design, but we were focusing on that. There is the only PDC coverage in this issue is with Darren Young winning the North American PDC Spectacular, and that earns him into the first round on the big stage,
right?
Come this Christmas, that's a big deal, right?
Absolutely. So again, that being another thing that sounds like maybe you guys knew that you needed to overcome, because again, printing results and match updates for those PDC events may not be what everybody wants to read about. They may have even watched it live on the PDC stream.
Yes.
So that portion of it might fall out of there. Again, it sounds like you guys are covering the necessary portions as far as anything that has to do with North America being the big qualifier. And maybe a little background. So what the Darren article specifically, just to kind of give an idea of what the articles are based around, are these trying to get more to the player themselves? Or what can we expect from the articles that we see in the new magazine?
So you'll see like articles of coverage of big events, and it's it's what happened at the event, right? And this is who beat who, that kind of stuff, right? And photos, right? So a lot of the articles that you'll see are like, for instance, there's the NAPTA, the North American Dart Players Association. A lot of people would come up and they say, well, what is NAPTA? Who are they? So Bob Seneve, the president, wrote us a one-page article on this is what NAPTA, this is what we're all about. So our goal is to educate dart players, because there's a lot of organizations, there's a lot of different events going on, and we're a good medium to deliver these messages. Like, who is it? What is all this that's going on? So just to raise awareness of everything.
Yeah, I absolutely look forward to reading that one, because Bob, very intelligent when it comes to darts in North America.
Oh, yeah.
So now, as far as subscription, if people want to subscribe, their subscription may have ran out in the past, or even if they still owed issues, because I know that you guys are still keep record of people that are still owed issues. So how will that go about?
Yeah, we're honoring all the outstanding issues. This is Jay said he would when he stopped publishing, and for the inconvenience, we're adding an extra year, for all those people. I mean, as new owners, technically, did we have to do that? Probably not, but this. We definitely wanted to preserve the integrity and the reputation of Bullseye News, and so we're honoring it all, throwing in the extra year free, and here at the show, we're promoting a 4-year special for $100, and so we're just tacking that on. Any existing subscriber comes in, we're tacking it on. So those people are walking away with 10 and 11 years now.
Oh wow! So that just compounds on whatever it is you walk up with.
Yeah, exactly.
And if they want to subscribe, how do they do that?
BullseyeNews.com. The website will be up 1st of November is our target date, and you'll be able to subscribe online, use your credit card, whole 9 yards.
People are asking about the past subscription. Will they still be honored?
Yeah, we just covered that. The past subscription again will be honored. By Rick and the new team at Ben.
And when we see the new issue here, when should people that are subscribed expect to see this issue?
These went out. Let's see, they were printed. These hit the post office probably on Wednesday last week.
Oh wow! So very soon. Some people may have already received them.
Yep, absolutely. And they don't, magazines, periodicals in the mail system, they don't go out with the same urgency, so it could take weeks for it to go through the mail system.
Oh, I did not know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, and this is part of that time delay, because not only do we have to have the whole magazine laid out to the printer, then it could take, like, there are parts of Canada, like in the east and west coast, that it could take 3 to 4 weeks. So we've got to be a month ahead.
Yeah.
So current results is just it's not possible, right?
Now, as far as the people that did have a subscription but maybe they moved or for whatever reason don't have the same address, is there a way to go in and do an address change?
Yeah, luckily all the people that registered with the U.S. Postal Service, like, they corrected like several hundred addresses for us.
Yeah.
But there are people, of course, they moved, they're just somewhere else. So if you are a past subscriber, and you think you were, or maybe you were, feel that you had some outstanding issues to be delivered, we have an email address, subs@bullseyenews.com, and you get that from the website as well. And just drop us an email, and we have people that are checking that, monitoring that, and they'll look it up and they'll contact you. And if you have outstanding subscription, we'll correct your address and go get them.
So once again, website will be up November 1st.
Yes.
If they want to check to see if they have outstanding issues, subs at bullseyenews.com.
Yes, and they'll find that from the website as well.
Okay.
And the final piece I'd like to touch on that I think the listeners would be very interested in is it sounds like your guys' website is going to try to be very interactive.
Oh, absolutely.
So maybe some voting on which articles or topics they would like to see articles on.
Yes.
Stuff like that. Can you give us a little overview on what we'll find online versus the magazine?
Yeah, like things like surveys. Surveys are very powerful for us, but people tend to hate surveys. I'm one of them. I don't like surveys, right? But really, they are a really powerful tool. But we'll keep them simple. Like, do you want to see more of this or less of this? Just an easy answer, right? And with the website, the interactivity is because with the online version, we don't want to just put a copy of the magazine because it's easily shared, right? So it would be sign up online, and it'll all be a membership-based community. So when you sign online, you become a member, then you get access to all that digital content just for yourself, right? But along with members, like the more you participate in the site, we're calling them reader rewards, and you'll collect points for doing things, commenting on posts, submitting stuff to us, and that kind of thing, sending us pictures and those reader rewards. We haven't quite figured out all the details of what you get out of this, but we have lots of advertisers that say, hey, great, could we give you product for giveaways and things like this.
Okay.
Right?
Very nice, very nice. Now, is that something we need to touch on as far as? So I'm a past subscriber. I don't have a new subscription. How do I get my online access? Is there going to be a process on the website where I can sign into that, or will I need a new subscription to be able to access that?
Yeah, so for what you had paid for before was the print copy and not the online, because the online is an additional cost.
Right, gotcha.
So on the website as well, there'll be a place where, I'm a past subscriber, and we're going to walk you through, some things. What do you want? My address has changed, or I'm at this address, this kind of thing. I'd like to add online access to my, to my account. So that would be a top-up thing you could do.
Perfect.
And we'll keep it really, really affordable for those past subscribers because they're loyal, right? So we definitely want to make sure that we reward our loyal subscribers.
Perfect. Well, Rick, is there any final words you'd like to send out to the listeners and watchers?
Well, for sure, we'd like to thank everybody who supported us. When we first debated, do we take this on? Because this was a big venture, believe me, and we underestimated how much work it actually was and is going to be. But we really wanted to see Ben keep going. So it was the support of everybody. Oh, Ben, you're taking over Ben. Oh my God, Ben's coming back, and that was from the readers, from the advertisers. It was just all that support was what inspired us to carry on with it. So.
Gotcha. Well, Rick, greatly appreciate you taking some time to chat with us.
Yeah.
And we look forward to seeing the new Ben magazine out there. And I know I've got some issues coming, and look forward to seeing that online edition as well.
Yeah, you should come top up your account. It's a great deal.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Hey, great job with the commentating.
Oh, thank you.
Really appreciate it.
So it actually looks like there's a match that just started, mixed doubles match here on board 1A. We have Dan Schultz Sr. taking on Mike Brewer and his partner.
I believe that is his wife, Angie.
Yes. And it looks as if, I'm sorry, it's not mixed doubles. It must just be the lower cap division doubles event because Schultz's partner is Patrick Pazarek. So we'll see them play this game out and see how it goes.
I will look at the bracket here to update us all on where we are in this event.
Now this is a big rarity. Mike Brewer coming to the board, averaging a 2.67 in 01. This is a guy that's been around for a very long time. Really great player. Throws a pee hole there for a hat trick. You see how good he really is.
Yeah, I've known Mike for 5 or 6 years now, and always been a quality player. His wife, by the way, is no slouch either. I've seen her at multiple events. Always doing well. Stacy, is that someone that you're familiar with as well?
I don't recall playing her offhand, but I'll bet we've been at the same tournaments and no doubt tangled on a board at one point.
Now, Mike Brewer is actually one of the pre-qualified winners into tomorrow's finale. And because of that, one thing we didn't mention earlier in the week, if he is the highest finisher among the 16 men that are pre-qualified, his prize money will be doubled. So if he were to win it, he's got a shot at $20,000 just by himself, because first place in the finale is $20,000 for both the men's and the women's. So that'd be $10,000 for Mike, and it would be doubled to $20,000.
Oh, that's a lot of scratch. That is absolutely incredible. And just to compound that, I believe Eric Gregory...
Yeah, I'll go through and list the 16 guys that actually have that spot. So Brad Nichols, who we've seen on the feed, David Schuyler, definitely seen a lot of him, Eric Blackledge, Eric Gregory, Fred Worley, James Henninger, Kevin Hopper, Mark Weigman, Mike Brewer, Randy Talachka, Rick Smith, Robert Pratt, Robert Talbot, Ryan Earl, Steve May, and Todd Drew. All 16 of those men, whoever finishes the highest in the finale will have their prize money doubled. However, if two of them are partnered up, they would have to split the bonus. So if I do know one team that's already been drawn, actually, Eric Blackledge, happy birthday to him, by the way. Today is his birthday. He chose to pull his team today because it is his birthday, and he wound up doing very well for himself because he got partnered up with Rick Smith, who's another one of the pre-qualifiers. So if they were to win first place tomorrow in the finale, they will split the $10,000 prize, each taking home $15,000.
Absolutely incredible opportunity. And again, Eric Gregory, already winning $10,000, also on that list, has the opportunity, if he is not matched up with somebody, but does make it farther than everyone else, to win $20,000 and $30,000 for the entire week.
Yeah, he probably already has about $13,000 in the bank from his $10,000 win in the mixed doubles, as well as the other qualifiers and side events he's played in. So he has potential for $34-ish thousand this weekend. And I can go ahead and run through the 8 women that have the same deal. Excuse me. So Allie McQueen, Anita Sutton, Diana Rutherford, Jolene Harrell, Lindsay Lunnan, Mary Ferguson, Missy Lauren, and Trisha Pluff. A lot of these women we've already seen on the feed, so they are pre-qualified. They're into the finale, and if they're the latest finisher among those, they will get their money doubled.
Such a good format, such a good opportunity, absolutely.
Especially for the women, they're getting equal pay for playing less matches because there's fewer number. So women out there, get involved in this, because you even up the numbers, it's going to make it a lot more competitive.
Yeah, and if you want to get involved with this, it's actually really cool. The reason these players were pre-qualified, they played in a remote league on a PPD partner board. So by playing in the remote leagues, they were given the opportunity to basically play in one of these qualifiers. So what we're seeing here, not necessarily this event, this is the open doubles, but all of these qualifiers we've watched, the men's and the women's, when people make the top 8, as we said earlier, they're automatically into the finale. Well, they did the exact same thing with a remote version, and they did 2 for the men and 1 for the women. The top 8 from each make up the 16 men, and the top 8 from the women's made the 8 women. So all these people have played in a remote league, earned enough games, had the opportunity to finish well, and now they've got a shot at potentially $20,000 tomorrow.
Nice day's work.
Absolutely.
Especially when the work is absolutely fun.
Yeah.
So here we see Angie Brewer come to the board with a 70-point advantage. I honestly was talking too much, did not see who won the first game. But being that Angie and Mike are going first, it must have been Patrick and his partner. So Angie is going to need to bring this down and hope that Mike can take it out. She does leave a 139.
Yeah, and here we see Patrick, who's new to the feed. Patrick plays for D&D Amusement out of Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin. He is a 31.5 and a 3.5 in cricket. We see Mike Brewer stepping up here from Olathe, Kansas, with a 36.5 and a 4.2. He's playing for B&G.
Now this is kind of interesting. Both Mike and Angie from Oleth. However, one's in Kansas and one's in Missouri. So, yeah, they live in the same town, probably live in the same house, but separated by states.
A house divided.
So you see Dan here wanting to leave his partner handy.
Now, Dan plays for D&D Amusement Games as well. He is a 30.1 and a 3.4 in cricket from Waupaca, Wisconsin.
So Angie does need 20. Hits a 9 with her first dart. A little bit of a laugh there. Needs 11. Hits a single 8, so she's going to need the 3. Oh, and hits the double. So Patrick will come to the board, need 156, rocking the purple UTG jersey that Gordon has on.
That man has good style.
Yeah. Hashtag twinning.
Hashtag twinning. So we are in the finals of the elimination bracket. That means that Dan and Patrick actually lost in the finals of the losers bracket, which sent them down to this match. Angie and Mike have actually battled through after losing in the finals of the losers bracket. So that is why we see them playing back-to-back legs of 501. And it looks like the deciding game will be 01 as well. So a big cork coming up here for these two teams.
Yeah, we'll see Dan put in the bullseye, hopefully. He lines up. Oh, high and to the left. So Mike's going to have a pretty open bullseye here to take the start in this game. Now, here's where I got to imagine that Mike's team, him and Angie, have a big advantage in this division because it is a capped division. Mike, honestly, is probably one of the top players in this event. So, being that the cork is required for starts, Mike's probably going to win most of the corks he's going to throw.
Yeah, he's going to feel really comfortable walking up there that him on his average day is probably going to compete pretty well with most of these players. So we see Mike up there setting up the board. Looks like there's a little bit of a change to the other team as far as starting. I don't know if it was input wrong or maybe they're playing to their strengths today.
No, I'm pretty sure Dan was starting the whole time. So I think Mike might have just put in Patrick first and had to go back and change it.
Well, they're entered in as doubles partners, and I don't know if someone maybe Patrick does have the higher average, which is probably why he was set up automatically as the starter. But we see it flipped over to Dan.
Yeah, here at the PPD, the shooting order is determined by the players on a team. Player shooting order may be changed during a match, but not during a game. Once a game is started, the game must be completed with the shooting order selected unless all players on both teams agree that there was a mistake in the game setup, in which case PPD officials will reset the machine. So they can choose who goes first in each game, however, can't change it once the game is started.
Which is really a good rule because, take for instance, if we were playing together and you open with a $150, I may just elect to have you go second as well.
Yeah, that's probably what would happen more often than not.
Try to throw a dog a bone. And here we see Pat up here trying to get this score down here. He's going to do a fine job. Just a little errant on that last one, falls into that 3. And here we see probably, as we touched on, probably the best shooter in this match, maybe in this event, coming to the board. Got to expect big things out of him. Oh, and he only finds one bullseye.
Yeah, and by looking at the averages, it looks as though Mike does have about a 6 point per dart average above both of his opponents with a 36.5. Patrick sitting on a 31.5, Dan sitting on a 30, and Angie back with a 22. So a very balanced match with the two, but like we said, Mike certainly the highest average of all 4. So Angie will set it up. A game of 237. She's going to get a bullseye with the first dart. Oh, a 12 with the second. Going to need a good dart to leave Mike nice handy out. A 15's a solid miss, though. 160 when Mike comes back. So he's going to need 2 bulls and a triple 20. Patrick's going to try to apply some pressure. Takes his time. Takes a breath.
Ooh, does end up finding that bullseye on that second dart. And the third.
So advantage Patrick. However, Mike being at the board first might make the difference.
Mike standing so far to the right on that Aki that he actually goes out of frame.
Yeah, I didn't realize he stood that far away. But I've actually played Mike on the G3 online remote matches, and I've noticed that too. I just thought the camera might be off kilter a little bit, but yeah, he does stand all the way to the right.
See Dan putting a good dart in there, follows it with a good dart, and this may be why he got the starting job today.
Oh, unlucky there for Dan.
Goodness.
So Angie now needing 93 to pick up her hubby, Mike Brewer.
Really only one way to go at this, and that's straight at the 19s, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's either triple 20 or triple 19. But triple 19 does leave a double, so it's the most correct way. But she misses the bullseye good again to leave 60. She will get 1 dart for this match to not give Patrick a shot at that 28.
You can see the opponents back there. Can't even watch.
Wow, and only a single.
A valiant effort, though.
Absolutely.
So Patrick will come up needing 28, double 14 to win the match and stay alive. Oh, he's going to need all 3.
Oh, and he gets it.
Just got it.
You see the reaction from the partner back there, Dan Schultz, as they congratulate or commiserate the two.
Yeah, so because
Brewers.
Mike and Angie did have 2 losses, they are now eliminated. Dan and Patrick will continue on to play for the championship here in the Open Doubles Gray Flight, where they will have to triple dip Rob and Zach. We're going to head over to board 1B, where we've got Kyle Licki and Jeff Cohey. It appears to be the first game in Meyer. These two battling it out with a 5.71 and a 5.88. Kyle trailing, but not by much. This is the 2-loss bracket for Kyle, I believe. So Jeff only having 1 loss, they play first to 2 cricket. If a third game is needed, it will be 501. However, Kyle needs to beat Jeff twice. Jeff having only 1 loss will try to preserve that 1 loss, not give away 1. Even though I'm sure he really wants to get through this, if he can go to the triple dip to face off against Kenny Doyle, he'll feel much better about his position in the triple dip chance. And it appears I did make a mistake. Kyle is actually the one with 1 loss. Jeff has 2. So Jeff will need to beat Kyle twice. Whereas if Kyle wins the first 2 out of 3, Jeff will be eliminated, and Kyle will go face Kenny Doyle for the triple dip.
You see Jeff getting a little frustrated there, even though he does have a pretty good handle on this first leg.
Yeah, Jeff coming out strong, averaging above a 5.0 with a 5.18. Kyle did have a 5.7 when we joined this match, down to a 4.7 now. Bullseyes, even though he throws 3 solid bulls, is going to bring him down to a 4.55. Still very solid. But Jeff needing 2 bulls, got to favor him here. Well, and then he only comes away with 1 bull. Kyle doesn't have a 3-dart finish, however. The sarcastic fist arm pump there by Jeff Coe once again.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, it gets me every time because, honestly, his facial expression and everything is what you would normally see after a good shot.
Yeah. Yeah, it really looks like a good shot if you didn't know what he had just hit.
There we see Jeff sew
and
up
there
that
he throws
first
a
leg.
double bull and rolls his eyes as if to say that was a bad shot.
It's opposite day here on Tuesday at the TOC for Jeff Coe. Winning that first leg, I'm going to put the pressure on Kyle to hold his throw here in a second leg of cricket. If this does go to a deciding, we will play 5-0-1 since one of these players only has one loss, which is Kyle. And Jeff really trying to double dip Kyle only to run into
Kenny Doyle.
Doyle to triple dip him.
Well, that's a nice start. 7 out of the gate.
Yeah, and Kyle actually was not qualified for tomorrow's finale. I believe he just got here today. So him, just like Brad Oxendine, needing to get through to qualify for tomorrow, did do so.
Yeah, he's actually playing both qualifiers today. He's playing the AM one here now and then the PM one this afternoon.
Coming out a bit better here in this leg. Does manage to close the 19 and go back up at the 20.
So Jeff here needing to open up a new number. He's going to go straight at that 18. Puts in 2 really good darts. Third one on the wire. Takes a 10-point lead. And again, Kyle plays very aggressive. I would not be surprised at all if he only takes 1 at that 20 and even with a single go over to that 18. Thankfully, he makes a liar out of me and just stays on that 20. I think he knows his one-loss prowess might be in danger here.
Yeah, not to mention he was throwing it to 20. So maybe that had to factor into his decision of just staying on the points, knowing that the 20 is a much better number than the 18.
Jeff there falling a bit short on that third dart, only able to come away with 72 points. Kyle straight into that 18. Follows with the 17. And straight into the 15 for a huge white horse.
Patrick.
Again, we got some great information yesterday that our new friend Patrick, who's on our production team, actually played guitar for that last little riff that you heard the board sing to us.
Yeah, if you were tuning in when we first started today with the commentary, when Gordon and I were going around for the floor sweep, you actually got to see Patrick hard at work in front of all the monitors.
We see Kyle with a shot to close it out here.
So we're going to be playing 3 in this first set. It clearly looks like.
Yeah, Jeff really going to need some help from Kyle if this is going to be the end of it. Most likely Kyle's going to walk up here, whack a bullseye, and we're going to play a leg of 5-0-1.
So first dart, not going to hit it. Does with the second, however. Game Kyle Licki.
Practice for the cork for the next game, knowing how important it is.
Well, he even threw the third as well, so not taking any darts off on that turn.
And by the way, I did confirm it is Kyle Licki.
It is Licki. So that makes more sense of why it would be Lids for the nickname.
And the hat's just the topper.
Yeah.
It's funny. I have seen him in a hat pretty much every time I've seen him except for once. And that was only because they had a no-hat dress code.
Well, it looks like Jeff's going to go first because Kyle cut his dart.
Eric Gregory, another one that always wears a hat unless it's required that he does not.
Yeah.
And Amy's husband, Borland.
Yeah, Nate's always got the backwards hat on as well.
The backward hat.
I used to wear hats a lot, with the baseball background and everything, but I heard it causes balding, so I stopped wearing the hat. You need some sunshine on your scalp.
It helps your hair grow?
Well, no, it just helps not be bald. That's what I was told. So I stopped wearing hats. No, it certainly does sound like a bit of baloney, but
Well,
hey,
not
I still have all
necessarily.
my hair. What are you doing?
Looks like Kevin's wore a hat or two in his day.
Looks like Kyle just had a baby. You see that?
Oh, I didn't.
It looks like we're being told that Kyle is late because his wife had a baby on Thursday.
Oh, my goodness.
So congrats to Kyle and his wife. Brand new baby.
So Jeff wins a very important cork here to get the start in 501. Seems to be kind of being overtaken, though, as we see Kyle open with a big hat trick.
Yeah, Kyle's still perfect through 4. Oh, and again, I jinx it. Misses the 5th. Does recover nicely with a double bull in the 3rd, though.
And we're gonna, I think, have to see a decision out of Jeff. No, now he's just gonna want to get it down there. He puts in the 2 bullseyes, and Kyle, in a leg of 501, is really got 6 starts from this 232 now to break against the throw. And he fills it up to leave that 82.
That's a great number to work with.
Yeah, Jeff's going to need to apply some pressure here at 209. I would probably just stay all on the bulls, leave 59. He's not going to do it, though. He hits an 11 with his first dart. However, that's not a bad miss. 2 bulls still leaves 98. So Kyle coming to the board needing 82 for the win to eliminate Jeff Cohee and move himself on to battle it out with Kenny Doyle for the championship. Gets the bullseye with the first, needing double 16, hits a single. So another one of those and hits it dead center. Kyle Licki. So there you have it. Kyle, your 2-1 winner over Jeff Cohee. Jeff is eliminated. Kyle preserves his 1-loss record to move on to battle against Kenny Doyle for the finals. It appears, though, we have a women's match on 1A. We're going to jump over there. We see Amy Borland and Sherry Main.
That's a great answer from Sherry there with 7 18s.
This is a 1-to-2 match because the person with the fewest amount of losses is 1. So they will be playing the 1-loss format.
They actually both only have 1 loss.
So the 1-loss format for the women's qualifiers will be a race-to-2 cricket. Cricket 501, and then if a tiebreaker is needed, it'll be 301. So both of these ladies playing pretty well. Amy with a 4.67.
This probably the first time Amy, and I just confirmed it is the first time that Amy has played since she lost to Nessie earlier.
Yeah, which gave Amy her first loss. Sherry's been struggling in the, not struggling, but she's been battling through the losers bracket after losing very early in this bracket. So yeah, she's had to come through quite a few matches to make it all the way out to the 1-loss bracket finale. Again, both of these women are already qualified for the finale, so this is just extra for them.
Sherry did beat Jolene, who we saw in a final last night for the qualifier in the Monday PM bracket.
Yeah, that was before she then had to beat Margaret Himsath, who we saw earlier play against Amy in the top 4 of the winners bracket. So Margaret relegated down to the elimination bracket by Sherry. Oh, wow, and Sherry with a big 6 mark to gain the lead there.
Amy's really been tagging these 19s and fending off Sherry very well so far. 76 points more for Amy, puts her up 72. So she is going to need at least 5 marks before she's going to get a shot at that 19. You hear an audible "come on" out of Sherry as she's fighting back against this bigger number.
Yeah, Sherry does show emotion when she plays. However, I feel like she does have short-term memory. She's able to give a big come on and then reset, take a drink, come back, and play well. We kind of harped on the Dustin Holt thing last night when he would tense up and let one dart affect him. And there, Sherry's making me a liar. But yeah, she does seem to respond to the bit of emotion a little better than most players.
So there we see Amy take that 16 away. So Sherry will head over to the other corner on the 15s. And she's straight into that triple. Ooh, knocks the neighbors once, but then back into that triple 15. Only down a point. I think Amy's doing the right thing here.
Yeah, load it up. That'd be my goal too. I keep saying it. I would have thrown it to triple 19 until I tripped it twice, and once I trip it twice, I'm not leaving it.
Excellent shot selection there by Amy. But we see big marks from Sherry Main. She goes over a pile.
Yeah, that was a pile and a scoop.
Amy, not to be outdone, ends up with half a pile and a scoop.
10
not
lead,
quite.
how
A
about
little
that?
more. A little more than a pile and a scoop. Wow, Sherry not backing down. Big 7 mark, and you see the aggressive fist pump there. She knew that was a big shot.
Oh, Amy Borland hops that all the way over into the 6 on that last dart.
Oh, double bull out of Sherry on the first dart. Gets a 15 flyer with the next one, and then a double bull to take this leg with a 4.38 average.
A great last 9 from Sherry there.
Yes, like I said, and she made me out to be a liar, but yeah, she does respond well to a little bit of aggression. She doesn't do the continuous like beating down of herself. She can have one bad shot, give a come on, and then come right back and play well. So she does handle emotion very well.
It's that great philosophy that you can do something about the next 3 darts you throw, but you can't do anything about the last 3 darts you threw. It's harder to live to do it than to just say it.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, because honestly, you do sometimes need to get a little bit out. That come on, but then you have to let it go as soon as you do that. You can't think about it after that.
Yeah, you've got to be completely focused 1,000% when you let that dart go out of your hand.
So Amy does catch a bullseye with her last dart for 83 points. So Sherry's gonna have to hit 2 bulls to take the lead. Not gonna do it. Only a 434 remaining for her. So a 16-point lead for Amy. And they're not going to stick, but she's going to have a hat trick at 8 round.
If ever there was a chance that you wanted your darts to fall out, it's definitely throwing at bullseyes in 01.
Well, certainly. There used to be players that would actually shave down the ends of the points with sandpaper so that the points won't stick. That's an old trick of the trade that I've seen people do, I promise you. But I myself am far too big to be bending over and picking up every dart I throw. So cheers to you.
So you're going to have to deal with throwing around them.
Yeah, I'll use spinner shafts and not worry about picking up my darts.
So there we see Sherry follow up that hat trick from Amy with a 102. Amy looking to set this up as low as possible.
And that's a good set.
So Amy's sitting on 85. Sherry way back there. Does throw a low ton to give herself an out. We'll see if Amy gives her the chance at that 149, sitting on 85. Oh, 14 left.
Oh, and she gets it.
Hops it on in there for a single 14 and the win in the second leg. So we're going to play one game of 301 to determine who stays with one loss and who will have two.
Can a cork be any more important than right now?
I honestly believe these are the most important corks of the entire weekend because they only get to play 301 in this game. So of any single match, I think this is the most important cork in any one event because it is 301. We say that the cork is more important in 01 games, and the shorter the game, the more important it is. And this is the only event where they're playing 301 on the last game.
And any in, any out makes it a 6-dart quite possible.
As we seen earlier in the week, Trisha Pluff, hashtag Pluffin' It, did throw a 6-dart 301.
Obviously in a deciding leg, but that was for a double dip or triple dip.
Yes, I believe it was a triple dip.
Against Jennifer Mounts again. I believe that was Sunday night?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. They're kind of all running together after a couple of days. Amy does start well, Sherry does start well with a 112. So Amy's going to probably need to throw that 6-darter if she wants to win this leg.
You know, my first 6-darter in soft tip, I was arguing with people about throwing the bull or the trip 20. I was brand new to soft tip. My first dart I threw at the bull and hit a 1, and then I hit 5 trip 20s for a 6-dart 301. That's how I did the first one.
So not perfect, but the least amount of darts. It's not, and actually, Amy had the opportunity to do just that. On her last turn, she threw a 14 with her first dart to leave 287. She very easily could have thrown 2 triples and left a 3-triple finish. Yeah. But she didn't. Chose to stay on the bullseyes, throw 2 of them. And Sherry might be punishing her for that because she's on 39 after 6. And she takes it out in
finds the double.
So we don't get a 6-dart game, but we do get an 8-dart game out of Sherry for the win.
And not surprisingly, she carries her opponent away.
So Sherry will remain in the 1-loss bracket. In fact, win it. So whoever comes back to her out of the 2-loss bracket, which is where Amy's going to be going, will have to beat her twice for a chance at Carolyn Nessmann in the finals.
Amy will fall down to loser takes 4th match, which will be against Margaret Hemsath, who just defeated Jolene Harrell in the match before. The winner of that, of course, will come back to play Sherry Main in the loser takes 3rd.
No. Oh, yes, the winner of that. Sorry. So we join this match here on board 1B between Derek Hinkle and Brad Oxendine. Brad with a 5.59 to take that leg. So this is a 1-loss bracket match. So whoever loses this will not be out of it. They will just move down into the 2-loss bracket where they will have to play 1 game of 701. So that was the first game. Brad has a 1-0 advantage. Derek will get to start in the second leg.
Derek is new to our feed. I'll grab us some information on him. Derek plays for Acme Music and Vending from St. Joseph, Missouri, with a 34.17 and a 3.9 in cricket. He has down here Tony Schermerhorn as his dart mentor, and he started in 2005. Said he would use his winnings from the TOC to go towards a complete remodel of his home.
Wow. So yeah, $10,000 certainly not going to remodel the entire house, but will put a huge dent in it.
Well, he just threw a 9 mark toward that goal.
He really wants a spare bedroom.
So here we see Ox follow up with a subpar turn for him. Derek with the control of this leg. As of right now, it's looking like we're going to go to a third and deciding match here in the finals of the losers bracket, one-loss bracket of the men's greens flight qualifier this morning. Little bit of an opening for Brad, being able to tee off on one number, not needing to move around the board.
A little shake of the head there. It's not giving yourself any encouragement, Brad.
No, definitely frustrated after that second dart slipped into the 4.
And the first dart didn't hit the 54. Kind of battling against yourself throughout the match.
So here comes Derek. Pretty much options galore on what he can do. Does slip in 2 17s after that triple 18. And Ox coming back to the line. Really needing to bed whatever he throws at. Oh, slides into that triple finally on that last start. Pulls off 34 points. But Derek, again, with a huge lead, only needs one mark to shut down that 17, and will probably slide over there and close the 16.
Yeah, really the only reason we're seeing Oxendine in the one-loss bracket here is because we watched him play Brandon Smith earlier on the day, and they come all the way down to the deciding leg where Ox just didn't have it. He played very poor. In fact, right around what he's playing in this leg. But he does come up with a 7 mark there to pull his average above the 4.0 mark.
Yeah, really a last-ditch effort on the final corner in the 15s. Again, not that familiar with Derek. I don't know what style he's going to go at. Looks like he's going to go straight at that 15. And he does just close it up. And we may see a trip around the board depending on how Brad does with his dart on the bullseye. We do see him take that shot, that means end shot that we keep talking about. Does not complete it. And Derek's going to have a chance at a hat trick for a W right here. Ooh, Derek not comfortable enough with his lead. Maybe saw Ox take a shot at that 20 and decided he needed to keep Ox a little more at arm's length there.
Well, I certainly don't mind the shot. He was trying to take away the 3-dart out. So, because had he went up there, hit single bull, miss, Brad would have had a 3-dart out for the finish. But now Derek up by 91 points, won't have to worry about that. So he can come up nice and relaxed and hit a hat trick for the win in this leg.
Very interesting. Again, we see a player frustrated after a first dart in a leg that he has all the opportunity in the world to win very handily. Drops that dart and turns around and says something.
apparently talked himself into a third bowl, so only needs one more for the game.
Here we see Brad doing much better on that bullseye. Much, much better, but unfortunately left too much to do with not enough darts.
So still only needing one bullseye. Has to figure he's going to take it out. Throw it to Bull. As
There
he
it
does
is.
with the second dart. So deadlocked at 1-all. They will cork up to see who gets to start in the one game of 501. So Brad does miss the bullseye with his cork, and actually a really bad spot because Derek can go right over top of it into the double bull as he does. So Derek will have the advantage here in the third leg of throwing first. We know Brad's quality, and he could put in a leg that Derek really couldn't hang with, honestly, if Brad throws what he's capable. But Derek did win that last leg, so we have to expect he's going to come out firing again.
Yeah, Brad on paper averaging close to 1.3 more marks per turn. Here it syncs up a little bit more with Derek averaging a 34, with Brad at a 39 and change. But that all-important start goes to Derek, so he's got to be the initial favorite here.
Wow, and he comes up empty.
Really shaky on his bulls.
And I did say initial favorite.
I think that just shifted towards Brad. Brad's going to put in at least 2, most likely 3, and that would give him the advantage in this game.
Yeah, you see the focus in Brad's eyes here.
You notice when Brad kind of picks up his pace, he plays much better. That's exactly what he did against Brandon in Game 8, where he put in an amazing leg to send it to a decider, and the entire game he was playing very fast, head down when he was walking back, getting ready. As you see him back there now, just kind of rolling his darts around, doesn't want to look at anything, watch. He's just ready to get to the board. Even here, not making eye contact with his opponent when he turns around.
We see Derek very, very frustrated, only hitting 1 bullseye out of 6 to start this match, which, again, we gave the tip to him, at least initially, for winning that cork.
Not anymore, though. Brad, having hit 4 out of 5 darts, 1 dart in hand, hits that one as well. So 5 out of 6 on the bullseye to leave 232 after 6 darts. Most likely going to go out in 12 darts. Derek, not possible to go out in 12.
Derek here trying to find the funny side of this.
Yeah, a little disappointed for him because he certainly did put in a good bullseye on the cork, and that first turn, just all 3 darts, 1 hole out, unable to hit a bullseye, and that really set the tone for this game. Yeah, and Ox not gonna miss. Leaves 82 after 9 darts. Derek 204 points back.
Yeah, even a $150 here does leave him a pretty good out. But you gotta assume that Ox is gonna walk up here and take it out. He doesn't even get the $150. He does leave an out, however. So Brad coming up here to clean up this 82.
Oh, and that's a mistake, honestly. Shouldn't have thrown it the double there. And that's why. He only needed to open out, which means he could finish on a single. So on that first dart, hitting the bullseye, needing 2 16s, you kind of want to throw towards the inside of the double to make sure that if you miss, you only need a single with the last dart. So Derek will get a shot at the 174. He needs 3 big triples. However, he can finish this. Yeah, not going to do it. First dart does not hit the triple 20. So Ox will come back for 16. Kind of gets let off there. 174 is certainly a tough ask, but he had the opportunity to get hucklebucked.
Yeah, he really did. So here we see Brad coming back to the board, averaging 40.42 for this leg. Does he throw at that double 8?
Maybe. Nope.
Straight
not
into the
going to.
16.
Not a chance.
Well, I certainly would have. On my first start especially, I'd have thrown very outside on the double 8 to make sure that had I missed, I know that I'm coming back up. He was very close to hitting that double 16, and that could have been costly with Derek sitting on 54. But no harm, no foul. Brad does get the victory. Sends Derek down to the 2-loss category where he'll play one game of 7-0-1. Brad will wait to see who wins his next Derek's next match, and he will face off against them, needing to be double dipped for a shot at the final.
Yes, Derek falls to the elimination bracket to find Mike Berdick waiting for him. And then again, the winner of that match will come back to find Brad Oxendine with only one loss waiting on them.
All right, it appears we have a couple of players warming up over on the other board, so we're going to jump over there. I'm quite certain these names are not correct because I see Julie Wagger back there. I'm not sure who the other lady that just threw the cork there, one hole out. But we'll get that in there on the scoreboard in just a second. So Julie does win the cork. She'll have the advantage here.
Who's the one?
So as we see Julie put in the scoreboard there, she is playing against Wendy Dodson. Oh wow, and Julie only starts with 2 20s.
That's a bit surprising. Julie is a very tough player.
Yeah, Julie been around a long time, very very good player. I've seen her play a handful of times, and I've been very impressed. But Wendy comes up empty on the 20, does not punish Julie at all. So Julie will come back with a 2 mark on the 20s and try to score some.
And she does. 60 points puts her way up. Nice 5 mark. Puts Wendy on the board with 38 points. Julie's going to shut that right down. Let's see if Wendy goes to the 18s or prefers 17s here.
And down to that 17.
Like I said, I don't think women love 18s.
So as we see Julie here walking up, we'll get some stats for her. She is a 31.01 in 01 and a 3.5 in cricket, which is very, very, very good. Abraham Amusement, and she is from Normal, Illinois.
Julie is from Normal?
Julie is from Normal.
Okay.
Old Normal Julie. This is the women's pink flight qualifier finals. So Julie needing to be triple dipped. The first format will be first to 2 cricket. And it looks as if Julie's going to win this first one because she is way ahead. And Wendy, not doing anything on the 16, decides to switch on over to the Bullseye.
This is Julie's 3rd year at the TOC and has a little over $15,000 in winnings.
Yeah, that's pretty hefty. She was one of the ladies champions last year, so she pocketed 10 grand off of that event alone.
Wendy Dodson from Tempe, Arizona. plays for Troy Vending. She's a 23.56 and 3.0 in cricket. So again, a very, very respectable standard for there.
And there you see Julie finish this game off with a hat trick. So, with Wendy sitting with 2 losses already and 1 loss in the first leg here, she is 1 game away from losing it out and Julie being the champion. So Julie will set up the board now. Wendy waiting back there anxiously, ready to get the show on the road.
Gonna need a big start to put Julie on notice out of after that last leg from Wendy.
And does not do it. A single mark out of Wendy on the 20. So Stacy, do you have plenty of experience playing against Julie, I assume?
Yeah, quite a bit. Very good player. In fact, as I recall, she was one of my few losses at one of the Vegas tournaments in an 0-1 game. It came down to hitting a double out, and she just got up there and just whacked it smooth as silk. Took it out, and all I could do was shake her hand, you know.
Yeah, I know we haven't seen Julie on the feed yet so far this week, but I don't believe that's because she hasn't been doing any winning. I'm pretty sure she's been killing the side events here in the mixed doubles and the no cap triples and stuff like that. I don't think she had very many vouchers. Chose to save them towards the end. Is the only reason that we haven't seen Julie to this point.
She's sure making her darts count today.
Yeah, seems she's unbeaten so far, and it is looking like she's going to go unbeaten for this event.
And as good a player she is, just real nice person too. Very, very congenial. With a 9 mark, smiling up to the board.
And Julie will actually be playing in the women's final with Lisa Yee.
Wow, that is a tough team. So yeah, as the players pick out their qualify for the finale, they do have the option of going up and pulling their chip for the finals partner. Yeah, Julie, we see here averaging a 7.0, and she's does not finish it, drops it down to a 5.75. But as I was saying, the players do have the option of pulling their chip whenever they want, as soon as they're qualified. Both of these ladies have already qualified, chose to pick their chip out, and they drew each other. So, in fact, these two actually play together sometimes, and we're being told that they go by the name short stack when they play together. So, a bit of a reference to their heights there. Yeah, and Julie does finish it off with a 5.54 for the victory. 2-0 win over Wendy Dodson, winning the women's pink flight qualifier.
We're going to take a short break here as we set up another men's match over there on the board 1B, and we'll be back very shortly.
See Lisa back there.
Winning that.
So we move on over to board 1B, where we see Kenny Doyle warming up. He is sitting atop the king seat of the men's blue flight qualifier finale. And Kyle Licki, who just arrived this morning, fresh off of a brand new baby boy on Thursday, makes the final to try to triple dip Kenny. Or, excuse me, I said baby boy. I don't know for a fact that he had a boy. Could have been a girl, but he does have a brand new baby nonetheless.
You got a 50-50 shot of being right. I'll go with that. Kenny Doyle sounds like a professional poker player's name, doesn't it?
Well, there is a Doyle Brunson,
yeah.
so that is
close.
close.
He lives in Vegas, and his son Todd Brunson plays darts in Microbar.
Oh,
nice.
There we go.
So he actually comes in and plays.
He came in and he actually chased off a lot of customers. He had just come off a $5 million poker win. Came in with attitude all over the place, and
really, that's unfortunate. I don't like hearing anybody run off dart players, but but I kind of wish I was there to take some of that poker money.
He would have been prime.
Huh. I'm surprised you didn't jump on that, Stacy.
I wasn't there. I got called from the bartender home.
Okay. Yeah, because there's certainly some players in Vegas, even if you're not there. I expected David Flowers or somebody like that to show up and take some of that money.
There's a lot of players in Vegas that we get out of towners, and they'll come in and make a remark like, "Oh, you got darts in this podunk bar here." Everyone jumps on it. Opportunity.
Yeah, I'd imagine Vegas to be a good spot for something like that.
Oh, it's a great hustle spot.
Yeah, everyone's there to gamble. So.
Everyone. And Plan B is you go into St. George, Utah, an hour and a half away. All the bikers stop there, and they're always ready for a challenge, especially against a woman.
Wow.
Yeah,
I have to imagine the hustle for you probably a little easier than most of the guys, because it's just the natural instinct. They're never going to think they can be beaten by a girl, and then you walk up there and just put it to them.
Well, the fun part is when you got a whole evening to kill and you do the old double or nothing and throw a couple of games away.
Tricks from the pro at hustling. I like it.
You just never know when you might get lucky.
I have absolutely never been good at that.
No,
because
I can't stand to lose.
Exactly. I've tried to do that, and as soon as I lose, and the guy goes around to all of his buddies and he starts high-fiving them, and he's like, "I told you I could beat that guy." That guy will never win another leg the rest of the evening. And I just can't. I can't dump like that.
That's the ego.
Yep, exactly. I know that's a me problem for sure.
Sometimes you sell your ego for the right price. I have a good friend in Vegas. In fact, how I met him was he walked into a bar, made a remark like that, and I said, "Would you like to play a game of cricket for $1 a point?" I don't think he fully understood it, but he accepted. So we played the game, I closed everything, and I'm just piling numbers, and he looks at me and says, "I can't win." I said, "No, you can stop me from taking more of your money, but you can't win." And after all was said and done, I told him keep his money and not to badmouth our bar anymore, and he's a good friend of mine now. Here we are about 5-6 years later.
Very nice.
So we see Kenny Doyle wins the cork as they get ready to start the final match of the men's Blue Flight qualifier finale.
So we could be in for quite the battle here because Kyle does only have one loss. Kenny not having any. We could see quite a few matches if Kyle makes a run at this.
Kenny stepping up here after kind of a let-off from Kyle, only hitting 4 following his opening 3. And we see him again with a slack start from what we've seen Kenny do on the feed previously. Kyle seems to be in good form this morning and into this afternoon, so expect him to follow up well.
Yeah, he's got to be on top of the world with the brand new baby. He finished second here 2 years ago, coming back, wanting to put that right. I'm sure it's good to be Kyle Licki right now.
Looks a little tired to me. Maybe those 4 a.m. feedings are getting to him.
Yeah, he might have had to travel overnight. Who knows?
Yeah.
Just trying to show up to get in and play the finale tomorrow.
I think it's a smart move, putting all your energy into the one afternoon.
Yeah, I kind of like it too. I certainly, if I were playing, would want more than 1 or 2 chances. Because as we said, if you qualify more than once, each time you're getting an extra $600 bonus. But yeah, I too would probably stay home with the baby for a couple extra days.
Maternity leave.
I don't know if guys get those, do they?
I don't know. I think you can. Some companies do, I think.
Really?
I really do think so.
Huh. See, the unmarried DJ without kids does not know that.
And then what doesn't have a job to worry about?
So here we are with Kyle stepping up to the board, really with a pretty good handle on this leg. He's going to go over that 15. Seen him take that shot all morning long. Unlucky to miss that last dart. So Kenny's going to be relegated over to that 16, trying to throw out a clean number. Still only comes away with 3.
Kenny's been all over that triple by 1 dart out on about 8 of his last 9 darts.
Yeah, it's whether or not it's gonna affect him as we keep going, because he does have a loss to give before they're on level pegging. Kenny gonna want to bed that 16 to try to put as much pressure on Kyle as possible.
Where was that second dart going?
I have no idea.
He might have gotten confused thinking he still had the 20s open.
So Kyle's going to walk up here. I'm imagining with this lead, going to just try to take that 16 away. And he's trying.
That's rough.
But he puts 2 both on that top wire. Decides to grab some points. And Kenny Doyle really probably a point, if not 2 points below his average. Really struggling in this opening leg of the final.
Still hitting just a single. There we go. Commentator curse.
Finally catches that last dart there. Kyle finally does not have the point lead when he walks up to the board. Rectifies that very quickly. Takes that 16. Probably going to put in a bullseye here. Definitely what he tries to do, but falls just short. Kenny Doyle stepping up here, trying to put up as many bullseyes as he can. Again, trying to pressure this shot, trying to breathe some life into this leg. Definitely don't think that that hat trick's enough. Kyle shooting the way he is, shooting the way he has been all morning. Really, probably looking to just close this up. Probably stay there for the double and the win. Ooh, and skates into the 6.
I think after the first dart, first or second dart, might have taken a shot at some more points. Even though you've got 4 numbers, it's a nice cushion to have.
Exactly. It just kind of makes it easier the rest of the leg. As we see Kenny
chipping away.
Yeah, putting in 3 and takes away that easy number, so that if for some reason Kyle isn't able to take the lead, he will have a game shot at that 9 mark. But Kyle definitely takes away that opportunity.
Oh, Kyle didn't even need that double bull. He says, I'll take 57 more points. Thank you.
Learning his lesson after the last attempt at that bullseye. And again, Kenny with it all to do.
Solid darts from Kenny, but just not hitting enough what he needs.
Yep, left himself too much to do here.
He just had too many singles at the start. I think we're going to see a different Kenny in the second game.
Yeah, we can see him definitely warming up. Started cold here. We see Kyle finish up that first leg. He'll go ahead and set up the board. That way Kenny gets ready to start.
And last time Kenny started with 3 singles right underneath the 60. First 2 darts gave him a great opportunity to float that third one in, start the game with a closed number and 40 points, but just didn't quite catch that triple. Let's see if Kenny can do one better this time. And game on.
So here we see Kenny again, just below that triple.
Same 3 darts.
Yeah, Kenny. If Kenny's gonna want to shut Kyle down quickly, he's gonna need to start playing a little better.
Yep.
Another 9 19s.
Yeah.
Oh,
Lid's coming
even
out
better.
firing with a 9 mark.
Yeah, really opens up very, very strong. Flips this leg on its head straight away. I'm clicking around here, by the way, on the men's final. And in addition to Eric Blackledge and Rick Smith
Yes.
getting paired up, I've also found where Joel Chimelak and Mike Brewer
Wow, another really tough team.
are paired up as well. We've seen both of those guys on the feed.
Mike Brewer, actually another one of the pre-qualified players, and Joel is not. So if Mike were to win tomorrow, not only would he and his partner split $20,000, but his $10,000 will be doubled to $20,000.
That'd make a $30,000 payday for him.
No, he'd get 20 for that.
He'd get 20 himself for that.
Yeah, his partner would get the 10 because his partner's not one of the pre-qualified players.
Okay, so they'd split the 30, but it'd be 2/3 split.
Well, yeah,
they'd
they're
split
splitting the 20,
and then he gets
and then his
10,000
amount gets doubled.
Separate, right.
And honestly, he doesn't even need to win. It's whoever is the highest finisher among the 16 men gets their money doubled. So as long as one of the 16 doesn't even win it, if he gets, say, second, his $5,000 will be doubled to 10.
Eric Gregory picks up Wes White.
Another really strong team. Wes, a former champion, actually, the very first year. Him and Benny Dersch won it.
Yeah, so as I'm clicking through here, I mean, we can keep naming them, but a lot of really good teams getting drawn together. As soon as I can find the women, we'll see what we know. Lisa Yee and
Julie. I mean, that's I can't imagine there being another stronger team than those in the women's. I mean, those very well could be the two highest averaging on paper women being paired up. So that's a tough draw for the rest of the ladies, but I got to imagine they're going to think that they're up for the task. And like we said, Julie did win this event last year, so back-to-back years with a shot at $10,000. So it should be a good day for those ladies. Kyle, as you see there, does finish the second game to take the first set 2-3 or 2-1, giving Kenny Doyle his first loss. So now both of them sitting with one loss, and we've got a game on.
Exactly. Kyle has really turned the screws on this match by evening it up. So now it will be basically race to 2 of sets. So as soon as one person wins, we'll change the format, or we won't change the format. So the next 2 sets at least will be cricket 501.
Yes. Now that Kenny received his first loss, as we said, the format is based on whichever player has the least amount of losses. So they both sitting with one loss. So yeah, format will be race to 2 cricket, tiebreaker 501.
And again, we see Kenny, and I believe he won the king seat the last time. May not have played any 01.
No, that's true.
So if it does come down to a decider,
still doesn't have to if he keeps winning cricket.
That's true. That's true. He may never see an 01 match as long as he keeps winning these cricket legs. But gonna need to really up his average because Kyle is playing well.
There, now he's hit him 2 trips out of 3.
Yeah, that's the strongest start we've seen out of Kenny so far.
Maybe Kenny's back. Because Kyle is just not letting up.
Well, now there's Kenny, right back in that triple 20. Oh, but only 4 marks. Misses the last 2 out of the triple. Only comes away with 1 mark on those 2. So
157 for Kyle. He can go up and close. Let's see if he's going to be aggressive.
Ooh, misses left on the first one. Gets it in the second one. He plays very aggressive. Gonna throw it to 20.
Oh, and he hits.
Trips it. So the aggression pays off for Kyle Licki.
And this is a rematch from the king seat match. So in a best of 9 setting, Kenny was able to overcome Kyle earlier.
And Kenny responds with a 9.
Yeah, Kyle set himself up for that shot by taking that 20 away. And Kenny responds exactly the way he should. Probably going to find it this last dart. He does. Pulls back 34 points.
667 across the board.
Yeah, Kenny really, really looking to put in some 18s here. Gonna go back up there now for sure, no doubt.
Oh, it's a tough kiss.
Hits that flight, goes into the 1.
Yeah, Kyle Licki has to throw it to 16 now. Does with the first one, finds a triple. A single on the second one, although it looks to a triple from my point of view, but does get the triple on the third dart as well. So he takes a 37-point advantage, but Kenny has the 18 to score on. Oh.
So here comes Kenny back on the 18s. Smacks those for a 7 mark. A pile and a scoop.
And kick a rock.
Kyle headed back over there to the 16s.
Gonna go over to the 15 with the third dart, however.
I'm assuming didn't like where that second dart had landed high on the triple.
Yeah, kind of pigeonholed into the point battle. Couldn't really take a shot at the 18, but had he hit the triple, it would have been nice. Kenny playing a smart game here, taking away the mark of Kyle, and then trips the 16 with the last dart. So big advantage to Kenny heading into the Bullseyes. Both of these players averaging very well too. 5.8 plays 6.17.
Yeah, great standard from these two in the second set after Kyle Licki tied this finals up at 1 loss apiece. Kenny looking to smooth stroke a hat trick to send this into a second game.
And there you have it. Kenny stepped up, played a little bit more of his own game that time.
He certainly seemed more relaxed. So maybe Preston in that first one trying to get it over with a little too quickly. Here he settles down, just plays his game, and gets it done.
Again, I hate to say it again and again, but the intangible, the nerves, you know. You walk up there, you're thinking, if I miss, that's all it takes.
Absolutely. So Kyle will have the start in the second game. Kenny up 1-0.
For some reason, it just got sassier in this room.
Yeah, a little bit. Probably because Kyle's opening up with a pile of 20s.
A pile of 20s. So Kenny with no other options, definitely going to throw the 19s.
For those that are lost, a pile is a 6 mark. We figured that out earlier in the week. So Kenny responds with a nice triple in the third dart for a 5 mark on the 19s.
That's a boatload.
That's a boatload?
That's a boatload, 5. Right.
I feel like a boatload needs to be more than a pile. But
maybe that can be 7 instead of a pile
and a scoop.
scoop.
But then what will 9 be? Because a pile and a half still not enough to be more than a boatload.
It's true. It's true.
9 mark is a full house.
It's not an exact science, guys. We'll keep working on it. We've got probably another 14, 15 hours to work on it. Here we see Kenny go up there at that 18, put in 5 mark, grab 36. Kyle Licki coming back up. Really great shot around the board that last time. Looking to shut down that 18 to start. Ooh, and finds the triple. That very aggressive play from Kyle continues and continues to pay off for him.
Is it a queen float?
So Kenny will go back at the 18 to try to regain the point lead. Needed 4, only comes away with 3. So he's going to be trailing. Kyle Licki coming to the board, needing 2 18s for the close.
Yeah, kind of a 3-foot putt here to take a commanding lead, and he's just going to extend it and extend it by closing the 2 corners as well.
That about put the last nail in the coffin.
Yeah, Kyle is certainly going to respond nicely in this second set to send us to the 0-1, where Kenny will be playing the first 0-1 game of his day.
Well, we see him put in some good practice, which is pretty much all those 3 bullseyes are going to be worth. As he is down 4 numbers.
Yeah, barring a collapse from Kyle, we have to imagine that he's going to win this leg. Even though he only got 2 there, probably still most likely going to come back to the board with a very good chance of winning this leg, especially with that fallout 16 he had on the last turn to push the Bullseye even farther. So Kenny does hit 2 bulls to take a 22-point lead. Kyle's going to need 2 singles to get the point lead and a single Bullseye. Up 4 numbers, I'd throw the Bullseye first myself.
Absolutely.
So here comes
So will
Kyle. Oh, goodness. Well, again, those 4 numbers are going to continue to come into play. You see Kenny throw his hands up. He wished he played with 4 darts and got to throw them all.
Well, he's not even going to close 1 number, so you know what? I know what he did there. He's got an important court coming up. Can't win this leg. Kyle's not going to miss this shot, so he took a practice dart for the diddle.
There, we see it go in.
So Kenny's going to want to get to the board as
Kenny
quick
got
as
his-
possible.
Kyle got his extra shot in on the Bullseye as well.
I saw that.
Yeah.
All right, so we see him square up, collect himself, puff of the cheeks.
So I guess Kenny's elected to see one.
He's going to come up to the line here. Oh, and he puts in a double bull.
Yeah, but it's over to the side. There's plenty of room.
Yeah, as far as placement is concerned, it does leave Kenny some room there. Ooh, slips out farther left.
I
Yeah,
think
it
it's the
looked
right
as if-
thing. Throw right at the dart and skim it right into that bull right in the center.
Yeah, it really
The
looked
pee
as if he
hole.
was throwing right at the dart, but slipped right past it. So we'll play 1 game of 501. Kyle will have the start. If he were to win this one, that would give Kenny his 2nd straight loss and will be 1 match away from being the champion. Kyle's still only with 1 loss as well, so whoever wins this will be 1 match away.
Yeah, and if it's Kyle, which, again, we will tip at the beginning of the leg because he does have the start, this will be a script flipper.
Yep. We turn it on its head, spin it around, get her done.
Okay, here's a question for you, gentlemen. Kyle just opened with a hat trick. If Kenny throws a hat trick, which it looks like, if you're Kyle, would you go up and go for the 180 to leave a 171 out or stay with the hat trick?
Not at all. I stay on the bullseye, forcing my opponent to make the decision.
So
of
first to miss is going to be the one that gets punched.
Yes.
Yep.
But, I mean, that's not necessarily true. Kyle very easily could have went 150 again, and Kenny throws 6 more perfect and finishes the game. But I'm certainly not going to take the risk of throwing for the 9 mark when I can stay bull steady and know I'll finish in 12. If my opponent throws a 9 dart, I'll shake hands and tell him great shot, but I'm not going to force myself to throw the 9.
And a miss from Kyle on that last turn lets Kenny just walk up there and smooth stroke that $150.
And even here, Kenny chose not to throw at the 9 darter because Kyle only threw 1 bull, but Kyle still had a shot at the 6 dart finish. Still does if he can go 2 triples here. Not going to do it, though, so Kenny taking a stranglehold on this leg.
Yeah, here we see the script flip again.
Put it on its head, spin it around, and get it done.
Great shooting from Kenny.
Wow. Not
Just
so
gonna
sure
stay
that this
on
guy
it.
misses. Not so sure that this guy misses.
Maybe
we
it's
said
too
this
bad he
is
hasn't played 01.
Yeah, we said this is his first game of 01 today, but I don't think he's that worried about it.
Maybe that was in the best interest of everyone in this bracket.
Yeah, they felt like they had a shot until they started playing 01.
So we're looking at a perfect 501 leg from Kenny Doyle here with a 17 coming in.
Would not be the first one we've seen this week. We've certainly had a perfect 301, 501, and 701 all on the feed, and we get another one.
Nice
a
shot.
10-dart 501 out of Kenny Doyle to send Kyle Leidecke to the 2-loss section, now needing to hang on for his life.
Now we will play the exact same set We will play 2 legs of cricket, and if a third game is needed, we'll go to 501 again. Again, because Kenny Doyle only has 1 loss, you play the format of the lowest amount of loss player in the match. And we see Kyle affected by that last game, should have had the win, and throws 3 or 4 holes out of the bullseye. Kenny's certainly not proud of that, but is going to take it.
Yeah. You just take them when you can get them.
A start is a start.
Well, and honestly, sometimes when your opponent misses by that much, you almost tense up in a sense that you don't want to throw a bad dart, so you don't give it that real effort of needing the double bull. You play it a little too safe sometimes, and that's probably what Kenny did, but still safe enough.
If I'm throwing against the bull that's an inch or so out of the bull, I kind of aim in between their dart and the bull. Just figure that's a whole safe area. Just got to beat that.
So here we see some life blown back into Kenny.
Kenny going to try to throw a perfect game of cricket. Opts not to start all on the 20, but does come up with a white horse. So Kyle's going to need to load up that 17.
Kenny will come back to the board trying to throw his 14th perfect dart.
Yeah. We can't say in a row because he did miss the cork. Oh, misses this dart though. Just close it up and you still feel very good about a 4-number lead and 34 points, which is a little extra.
Yeah, now Kyle's actually relegated that he has to hit 2 triples, being down 4 numbers just to take the point lead.
And honestly, even if he does only come away with 2 triple 16s, if I'm Kenny, I'm still closing behind because I have that 4-number lead, which is going to force Kyle to go back. And there you have it. So if I'm Kenny right now, I'm throwing at the triple 16. If I hit it, I still go at the 15s because there's no way that Kyle can close out all of my numbers.
Agreed, absolutely.
See Kyle there over Kenny's shoulder loosening up. The nod of approval. Kind of saw that coming, I think.
Yep. There's no other option but to go bullseye. If he hits a double or a single in the first, he might opt to close the 17 and possibly the 20. But, well, he gets the 17 with the first one, so that's interesting. He could now take a triple somewhere else and leave the 3-dart finish, but stays on the bullseye, hits a double to close it. Still down 4 numbers, though. So Kenny will probably come up and just try to close the bullseyes here, knowing that he has 4 out of the 20 numbers to miss into if he misses the bullseye. So he does that, down 14 points. Kyle needs 4 darts, only holds 3. If it were Carolyn Nessmann up there, I might be a little worried. But yeah, so he will not finish this game, and Kenny will come back needing a single for the win.
Oh.
Yeah, because even a single 15 is going to give it to him by a point.
And we'll see Kenny up here just needing a single on any of the open numbers. And he opts for the triple 20.
Why not? Showboating, really.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So here we have crunch time for Kyle Licki. After probably throwing better coming into this match, after that third leg decider in the second set, it looks like Kenny's the one with the form.
Yeah, must win the next 2 games in a row just to stay alive. So Kenny has to feel good about his position now. We can see why he won the king seat. Oh, Kyle coming out firing. A big 7 20s for 80 points and the 20s closed. And Kenny gives a little bit of a nod.
Yeah, Kyle never flinched. He just...
No, not at all.
He'd have taken that 9 up at the 20s.
It's kind of crazy, but as good as Kenny played in the last game, he certainly was never under pressure with that big start he had. So Kyle looking pretty good in this one to tie this up at 1-all. If he can just stay steady. 5 marks or more every time you approach the board, and you're going to play very well. Well, not going to do it, however. Only a 1 mark. So Kenny now with an opportunity to really punish Kyle.
It's a very doable thing for Kenny right now.
Absolutely. First dart triple is always a big help. He finds it on his second dart. We keep talking about that's a great spot to try to take that 20. You see a puff of the cheeks from Kyle Licki. He was so glad that last dart didn't go in.
Well, we'll see if he can take advantage and really fill up that 20. I wouldn't leave it now. He's going to.
Oh.
Very effective.
Well, he knew he was going to hit another triple, Dad.
Okay. Well, if you know they're going to go in, it's the right shot to throw the close. However, I'm not that confident, so I tend to play the smarter shot. But Kyle killing the board right now. Kenny responding with a big 7 mark.
Yes, Kenny's not out of this leg. Kyle going to walk up here. Trip the 20. Move over to that 18.
Nope, he's going to stay on it, take a 134-point lead, then throw it to 18 for a single. So Kenny, way behind here, is going to need 3 triples to take the point lead. We'll see if he can do it. Well, he gets 1 of them.
It's a great start.
He gets 2 of them and a bounce out. Oh, the 3rd one just on the wire.
And I think we heard Kenny yell out there.
Did we?
On that last one.
I haven't seen him do much emotion in this match. So.
No, me neither. I think he knew that was a good turning point shot there.
Well, he's kind of got Kyle flustered after that one. Kyle takes a big risk on the 18 there.
I'd have never moved from the 20.
I think he might have felt as if he was blocked because both of those darts really covering the triple. But big miss there by Kyle. We'll see if Kenny punishes. Oh, and he's going to stop the bleeding on this 20. Go back and trip the 18. Come back and kill that 20 down. So a 26-point lead for Kenny. Kyle now behind.
I like the spot there. Even if he doesn't take the 18s or takes the point lead and closes that 20. I don't know about the order of the darts, but I like taking the 20 there.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if Kyle does the same. Yep. So he takes away that 18. So if I'm Kenny here, you have to move back to the lower number. It's really becoming a chess match of who's going to hit the big shot win because it does take 2 triples to really take control of this game.
And here over the next 6 or 9 darts, we may see a trade of hero shots.
Oh, but there's a first kink in the armor for Kenny. So Kyle will have an opportunity to really load up the 17 and build a point lead. Probably going to move. Would stay on it if I were doing it. Goes back, hits another single. So a 59-point lead for Kyle. Kenny's going to need 4 16s and a triple 17 to take control.
Yeah, Kyle really playing with fire as well as Kenny's been playing.
So a 5-point advantage. Steps to the right. And fires in another triple 16. The absolutely smart shot. 53-point advantage. Flips the script. Now Kyle's going to have 4 17s and a triple 16.
He's straight into that treble 17. Single. Oh, he stays there. He does stay there. Does not take a whack at that 16.
Yeah, only up 15 points. Kyle did the right thing. However, Kenny now coming to the board. A single does give him a 1-point lead. Triple 17 closes it. He's going to go back at the 16 and find the triple. Huge shot out of Kenny Doyle. So Kyle now really going to have to pull something out.
Yeah. This almost seems like it might be out of his hands. He's going to need some help from Kenny, unless he can open up big on these 15s.
Yeah, he needs 9 to pick up 90 points, so it's
not going to happen though. Just 3, just a close.
But a great group.
So up by 49 points, Kenny's going to come to the board needing 3 15s and 3 bulls. If that first starts a triple, he'll probably take a shot at the win. However, if not, well, he's probably going to go back at the 16 here and only hit a single. My.
So here's the help that Kyle was looking for. Kyle now has a shot to take this match. He needed all 3.
Wow. And he's going to take a bit of a gamble here, and it kind of pays off. We'll see if Kenny can capitalize, but only up 5 points, needing the 15s closed. He's in a little bit of trouble.
Absolutely. That 1 mark on the 15s on that last turn.
Okay, so Kyle
4
set
bulls
himself
puts
up.
away.
He set himself up for this shot. 4 bulls for the win in this leg. If he misses, Kenny will be throwing for 3 bulls and the victory in this match.
This is the shot that he was trying to set up by closing that 16. Oh, and he's not going to do it.
Wow, he only hits 1 to level this at 3 bulls all. So Kenny now coming to the board with a hat trick needed. Might only use 2. Gonna need all 3 now. Not gonna be able to finish. Wow, stop the bleeding. Hit a bullseye with your 3rd. Doesn't do it.
Kyle's got to be kicking himself, having only hit 1 last turn.
Well, still only needing 3 though.
It's a 3 bull each?
Yeah, he throws a lot of hat tricks. Gotta imagine he thinks he can do this. Single on the 1st. Misses the 2nd. Gonna need a double now. Doesn't get it. Only a single. So trailing by 5 points. Kyle gives Kenny the opportunity for a hat trick for the win. Oh, a double on the first dart.
Yeah.
Brutal shot by Kenny Doyle and the victory in the men's blue flight qualifier. Kenny Doyle, your champion, ladies and gentlemen. Kyle Licki, your runners-up, or your runner-up.
We joined Brad Oxendine and Mike Berdick in the middle of their match. Ox appears to have a pretty good lead and a pretty good average.
Yeah, absolutely. 5.75 there after the 7 mark to really wrap this leg up. Mike Berdick in a little bit of trouble here. Both of these players do have 1 loss, so Or actually, I don't know that for a fact. Mike Berdick might be coming out of the 2-loss category. So, so Ox might only have to win this game and one more to eliminate Mike Berdick for a chance to go back and face Brandon Smith for the triple dip. And there you have it. Brad Oxendine does finish the first game with a 5.57 average. Very handy. So you see Mike Berdick back there, gonna prepare to get ready for this this next game, wearing the Red Eye Rhino U.S. Air Force jersey there. They do have jerseys from all the different branches of the military. Saw the Army one, looked really cool, black and gold.
As we see Ox setting this up, they are playing a best 2 out of 3 cricket, with the final leg being 501 if necessary. And Mike here really needs to put his stamp on this leg to let Ox know that he's in a fight.
Yeah, Ox does only have one loss, so Berdick's going to need to win the next 2, and then they will play one game of 701 where they will quirk to see who goes first. But if Oxendine wins this one, he will move on to the final with only one loss, trying to triple dip Brandon Smith, who put him in the losers bracket. Ox, very deliberate in his throw this time, finds the triple with the third dart.
I'd like to see him get back to that quick pace that we saw him at earlier. Yes, this is not the women's purple flight qualifier, though Brad is sporting the purple UTG jersey.
The same one that you are wearing.
Yes. Well, he's got fine taste.
Well-dressed man.
Well-dressed man. Brad here needing a big shot on those 19s to combat that 20 that Mike is having no problem hitting.
Again, Ox finds the triple with his third dart. Still trailing, though, by 7 points because Mike has the 20 versus the 19 of Brad Oxendine.
So here we see Mike start up there on that 20, finds the triple. Ooh, finds the triple twice for a pile of 20s. Sending Brad back to the board, needing to follow with at least 7 marks, really. Ox going to regroup after that first very low dart.
Wow, and there we see the first time that Brad does not throw a triple with his third dart. So averaging a whole mark per round less than Mike Berdick here. Mike with a 70-point advantage will come to the board to really put a big gap between him and Ox. He does close the 19, however, that's all he does. So Ox will have to move to the 18, trailing by 70 points.
Now the good part about that is a 7 mark on these 18s will allow him to take the lead.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered. A 2-point advantage for Brad Oxendine.
I am sometimes known as the doctor.
No, you play doctor.
So here we have Mike really studying this board. Don't really know if he's trying to make a decision or just getting geeked up for this 20 shot. Finally, he finds that 60 on the last dart. 80 points scored. Ox again needing at least a 5 mark to take the lead. And he's got a pile of them. Oh, and he takes a whack at that 20. Trying to take that honeypot away from Mike. Falls just a bit short. And again, Mike, not much decision, just needs to go up there and put in a ton 80, really.
So Mike does manage to hit a triple 20, miss the 18 with the second dart, and come back for another single 20. Up by 50 points. Ox will want a triple 18 with his first dart, gets it, only needs 2 20s to close, hits a single with the second, and a single with the third. So a 4-point advantage and the 18 for Brad Oxendine.
And again, those that keep listening and us talking about strategy, I don't find that as an act of aggression. I think that's a good spot to take that 20.
Absolutely. Completely calculated on Ox's part. You got to get rid of that 20 when you see the opportunity. Mike, though, coming back with 4 17s to regain the lead by 13 points.
Yeah, Mike's new to the feed. He plays out of Fort Atkins, Wisconsin. He's a 31.25 and a 3.6 shooter in cricket.
And here comes Ox with a huge white horse. Doesn't give him credit for the white horse, but he does throw 9 marks. Not sure why we didn't get a graphic on that one.
You have to hit 3 numbers and then mark them.
So Mike, again, studying the board. Takes a look at the 16s. Straight into that triple.
Yeah.
Oh, last one. Throws his hands up, very disappointed. Brad going to come back up here. Shut that 16 down. Wouldn't be surprised if he closed out this match right here with a double bull. Oh, he slides into the single. But no harm, no foul. As Mike he needs help from Brad, and he needs 3 really good darts here.
Yeah, it's really looking as though Brad's going to finish this off. Bad news for Mike. He's going to be out of this event. So, Brad, it looks as though Brandon Smith is warming up on the other board, getting ready for the darts that Brad is throwing, because we see another game at 5.64. So Brad certainly throwing well, wins this match with a 2-0 victory over Michael Berdick to book his place in the finals of the men's green flight qualifier.
Jumping back in here with you, we got Brad Oxendine with 2 darts in the board and a small lead. Goes up there and takes away that 18 with that last dart. Now that was an act of aggression.
Yes, absolutely. With Brandon only needed 119, though, he's still in a good spot here. Got the point lead, the 17 closed, and the 19 closed. So a big shot back for Brandon Smith. Ox playing very well, though, a 5.8.
Ooh, Ox almost doing that 9 mark steal of the 17s there as well.
This is the men's green flight qualifier finale, so we will play first to 2 all cricket. If Brandon, who has the king seat, does happen to lose a match, the format will drop down to best of 2 cricket, tiebreaker being 501.
And here we see Brad really opening up here in this second leg to try to break Brandon for this first set. Ooh, Brandon not going away easy, though, with a 7 mark on the final corner in the 15s.
Yeah, Brandon's certainly throwing some heat, but Ox, a half a mark better.
And going second, I'm surprised, honestly, that he's in the position that he is. Usually a half a mark does not carry you through.
Well, he's still in trouble, however, because Brandon's only going to need 2 15s to take the point lead and could then trip the 16 and shut it down. Oh, but we get the worst turn out of Brandon we've seen so far, a 1 mark. Yeah, you see him throw his hands up in the air. He really doesn't know what he did wrong there. 2 triple 2s. That was costly. Wow, and Ox is gonna punish. You see Brandon back there smiling. Yeah, little head shake.
And it's crazy that 1 turn opens up almost a full mark between them on the averages, and that's more of what you need to see in order to break somebody in cricket.
Yeah, if Brandon would have kept up that 5.3 that he had going, he very easily would have shut down Brad's 16s and had the point lead. But Ox is going to take this leg and serve Brandon his first loss. So now both of these players with 1 loss, they're both into the 1 loss category where the format will be race to 2 cricket, tiebreaker 501. They're going to cork again to see who goes first in the next one.
You want to know something funny? I actually have the YouTube video pulled up at the same time, and it's about a 30-second delay. And I just looked down in time to watch Ox hit that double bull and almost commented. So Ox put it in a really good cork for the. For
you got to follow along, Dan. You got to follow along.
I got to be looking at the right
Can't have
screen.
you calling stuff 30 seconds too late.
Yeah, definitely would not have been very timely there.
Yes, if any of you do have questions, Gordon does have the chat room up. So go ahead and shoot those in, and we will try to do our best to get those answered. So Ox does approach the board ready to cork. Puts in a single bullseye, but just barely a single bullseye. So any bull here will not lose to Ox. That one will better it. So Brandon will have the start.
So Brandon Smith playing for BJ Novelty out of Florence, which I believe is Kentucky.
Yes, just northern Kentucky, just outside of Cincinnati.
He's a 37-3 and a 4-4 in cricket.
Certainly playing better than that today, though. It seems as though almost every leg has been above a 5-0, except for that 1 mark on the last turn there. He had about a 5.3 going into the last shot.
Absolutely. Also has listed St. Nicholas Lindbergh as his darts mentor.
So Nicholas Lindbergh must truly be a saint to mentor all of these young up-and-coming darters. And we see the quality because we've seen Doug Schultz quite a bit on here. We've seen James Eichhorst on here, which I don't know that he listed Sir Nick as his mentor. But yeah, Brandon Smith too. So these guys certainly know how to play, and Nick is a heck of a mentor. As we see, Brandon back in the triples.
And Brandon, again, being the family man, wants to use this year's money, if he wins the finale, for a family vacation.
Yeah, I don't have any kids, but I too think that I would probably use it for a family vacation.
I would most likely dip out.
Yep.
And not go to a dart tournament, which I don't know that I've used vacation days for that in many years.
No, in fact, the girlfriend and I are planning a trip next year, non-dart related. So I'm really looking forward to that because typically when we go away, I mean, even if we do get to go together, because she doesn't normally travel with me, it's always at a dart hall, and we might get an extra day or two. But for the most part, we're playing darts from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., such as these guys are. So. Yeah, a nice vacation would be what I would use that 10 grand for as well.
So we see Brandon with the much bigger number. Oh, and he just fills up that 20 for 180 points.
Yeah, playing very well. 5.8 average. So Ox is going to need a lot. You see exactly 180 point advantage from that last shot out of Brandon Smith.
So again, both of these players now having one loss. Evens up this final.
So Brandon here with a 120-point lead will be able to relax and just close out the 17. Not going to do it, however.
Maybe relax too much.
Yeah, I honestly believe that when Brandon gets a bit of a lead, he tends to play a little too safe. Whereas in tight spots, you see him really aggressive on the triple. I think the complacency there of just trying to play it safe is really costing Brandon. He needs to try to step on the throat of his opponent when he has him down. Does get the close and 20 points though, so still in a good position, but you see that average all the way down to a 4.71 from a 5.8 in just 6 darts. Brad's not going to go away easy.
No, you see the determination again in Brad's eyes as he zeroes in on that 16. Really unlucky to fly it out there and get into the single with that last dart.
See, and here again, Brandon feels a little bit of pressure and puts in a big 7 mark. If only he could throw every turn as if he needs to hit triples, his average would probably be much higher than the 4.4 that we see, because he's clearly averaging higher than that when stuff matters. Oh wow, and Ox takes a big shot here, but I don't know that it was smart being down 97 points. So Brandon closes the 15, and even if he doesn't finish the game here, Ox cannot finish. 6 bulls will still make him down. So Brandon's going to get 3 more no matter what Ox pulls out of his hat.
Yeah, really. Usually I'm a fan closing going into Bullseyes.
As long as I have a 3-dart chance.
Right. But Brad basically locked himself out because by sacrificing that last dart at the 20, it allowed Brandon to take his number on the 15s.
Yeah, at the point in the game where he did it, what he's really hoping for is Brandon to only go 3 15s, then he come up, put a dent in the 7 bulls that he needs, and then Brandon to miss the 3 bulls. So he really needs 2 slack turns from Brandon in order to make that a worthy shot. I mean, down that much, he has to kind of punt, but I don't agree with that. Whereas he could have put in another triple 15 and possibly had a shot at getting the point lead on the next turn. So Ox does start with a solid 5 20s.
Brandon hoping to keep that average running from last leg. Doesn't look like he's going to do it, at least on this first turn.
Not real good shot there from Brandon. So Ox going to look to punish. Won't do it with the first. Ooh, and a bit of a balk there out of from Ox. Not real sure what he wants to do. Does make up his mind on the 19 though. Misses the 20, however, so only 3 marks.
Ooh, and a good last from Brandon to salvage that turn. Reels it back at least 18 of those points. Brandon also playing for three children, Sierra, Brandon, and Braden, with his lovely wife, Angela.
Yeah, I'm actually Facebook friends with Brandon. He's a little bit of a photo poster, so I get to see some of the family photos, him and his lovely wife, Angela.
So here we see Brad coming back up. Going to try to exploit that big 20. He does, and takes away Brandon's 18. Huge shot for him here. Really putting Brandon under the gun. But a 9 mark could save him. He's going to have to settle for at least 5. Gets that last start over top of the first 2.
Still trailing by 2 points, though, so Ox here wanting to open up the gap. Will throw it to 20. Not going to hit a triple with the first 2 darts. Does with the third, though. I got a feeling that Brad's height there did him a favor, because those 2 darts were kind of standing upward after tangling the flights, and he was able to go right over top into the triple.
Yeah, not a whole lot of loop to Brad's darts. The way he throws with force, and he throws them very direct.
Yeah, I really wish that I could throw as hard as Brad does, because I got a feeling that there's not a lot that could go wrong with that stroke.
No, much easier to figure out the weight of the dart when you're throwing at that speed.
So Brandon will have to move to the 16s because Ox closed down the 17s. Only comes away with 5. Still trails by 39 points. If I'm Ox, I probably take advantage of my point advantage and fill up some more. That 20 is a bigger number, but he's going to close down the 16s. Then single the 15, decision time, stays on it and hits a triple for a 54-point advantage and 2 numbers. So Brandon, with one of his worst legs now, we'll try for the bullseyes. Does get 3 of them.
Yeah, the way Ox is thrown here, you got to expect him to come up here and clean this leg up and take this to a 501 decider.
Yeah, really no surprise that Ox ran away with this game, being that he was going first. Way these two are playing, you got to feel whoever gets the start's going to win just about every game.
Puff of the cheeks from Brandon. Definitely not happy with that shot on the bullseye. So we see Ox clean up the second leg of this set. And we're going to move into a decider. Looks like Brandon's going to cork first. Oh, and again, 3 or 4 holes low. Really the worst place to put that dart. Ox comes right over the top. And we'll start this pivotal leg of 501. Both men's names are in the B's, so the board is pretty easy to set up.
Yeah, the names, as you can tell, are sorted alphabetically. So if you have a name earlier in the alphabet, first name that is, it does work to your benefit for setting up the board purposes.
Here we see Ox open with a $150.
So Brandon's going to have to match that if he's going to have any shot of breaking Brad's throw in this one. Not going to do it, though. Only 2 bulls. They are doubles, but does not count for any more than the singles. So 105 for Brandon, 150 for Ox as he sits on 351, coming to the board for his next turn. stays perfect through 4 and 5. Might as well make it 6. 6 perfect darts for Brad Oxendine for 201 after 6. Brandon not out of this, though. Gonna need a big turn. Otherwise, Ox will finish this game off in 6. Okay, so gives himself some life.
Just to give everybody an update, Carolyn Nessmann did end up winning the women's purple bracket from this morning, overtaking Margaret Hemsath.
Yeah, unfortunately, we were not able to put that on the feed due to all the other matches finishing at the same time.
P-hole?
That, I believe, was a P-hole. Good call on that one, Dad. So, Brandon now back at 246. Brad at 84. Brandon's going to throw a hat trick to leave 96 with only a 12-point separation. But the most important part, Brad is coming up next, sitting on 84.
This is why that start is so important.
Well, now he has a decision. A single 7 on the first start leaves 77. So you can either throw at a triple where a single's going to leave you a number, or I would say trip 17, triple 20. One of the two. So he hits the single 20, 57 to do. Trip 19 only hits a single. You see the big clap there. He knew that was an important dart. Brandon now sitting on 96. Can choose to throw either triple 20, double 18, or 2 triple 16s. Hits a single 20, 76 left. Bullseye, double 13 needed. And he too hits a single.
Just outside, just inside. Oh, both of these players. I mean, you got to say, Brandon didn't think he was going to get a whack, but he stepped right up there and looked ready to shoot that shot.
That first dart was really important because if he does hit that, he only needs 2 18s and can really go single. But Ox needs 38. First dart, no problem. He does win that set, giving Brandon his second loss now. So Ox in the driver's seat with only 1 loss, Brandon with 2. Brandon has to win this next match, 2 out of 3. Or he is out, and Brad Oxendine is the champion of the men's green flight qualifier.
Another script flipper.
Yep.
So, Brandon comes up to court for this.
It's a very good single bull.
The third set. Again, the first 2 sets have gone to Ox.
So as we said, the format does not change because Oxendine still only has 1 loss. We are playing the 1-loss format, which is race to 2 cricket. If a third game is needed, we'll play another 501. So Brandon will have the start. It's going to open with at least some score. 80 points, that is. Closes the 20 and has 4 marks for score. So a nice 7 mark to open the game out of Brandon Smith. Brad looks pretty deliberate in his stroke. At typical times, he's been very good when that happens, but this time not so much. Finds a triple 3 with that last dart for only a 2 mark. So Brandon can really open up the gap in this game.
Absolutely.
Not going to do it, though. Only a close on the 19s and single 20 for score. So a 100-point advantage for Brandon, plus 2 numbers. Oxendine now going to have to go at the 18.
And again, we see Brandon with a chance to kind of run away with a leg and doesn't really capitalize.
But Ox does come back with 7 18s to pull his average up to a 4-5 after that 2 mark in the first round.
Brandon back in that triple 20, and then another wayward dart on the last.
Yeah, Ox a big opportunity now. If he can put in another one of those 7 marks that he had the last turn, or even better, a 9, he's going to feel very good about his position. Not going to do it. Only 6, a 20-point advantage, but Brandon Smith has 2 numbers to score on, the 20 and the 19.
He's going to start off well into that 20. Probably stays
up
there.
And a big shot.
He
out of Brandon
snags
Smith.
that 18. So again, with a point lead, with the 2 biggest numbers on the cricket board, he sends Brad down to shoot that 17. Brad doesn't mind though.
No, not at all. Yeah, big 9 mark to answer from Ox.
Even with a 9 mark, only takes a 42-point lead.
It's pretty hard to push an Ox down, that's for sure.
Wow.
And you see what the 9 mark did to Brandon.
There's the forced error. The forced error from Brad Oxendine onto Brandon, and now he's going to get a chance. Oh.
Well, Brad not going to follow up his 9 mark with another 9. However, will throw a triple 17 for score and shut the 19 down. So a 73-point advantage, but Brandon Smith has the 20s to score on.
And again, just sliding right.
Oh, big last to take a 7-pointed lead, but Ox continues to get back into this game little by little. Another big shot here, he could completely take control.
Yeah, really would like to see him take that 20 here.
He's going to try. Does give it one dart attempt, but doesn't hit it, so moves back down to score some more points.
Yeah, pulls the parachute there. Probably plays it smart. Brandon's been struggling on that 20.
Well, he's not struggling so far. Does throw 4 of them. Wanted to take the 17 away from Ox. Doesn't do it. Only hits a single. So Ox now down 19 points. Will want a triple on his first dart to be able to shut that 20 down. And he does get it. Goes up with the 20. Hits a single. Third dart. One more single. And gets it. So he has a 32-point advantage with the 17s. Brandon's going to have to try to close the 16s and get some points.
And he's going to need those 2 triples if he wants to take another whack at that 17.
Did you say 2 triples and a whack at the 17? Because that's exactly what he did.
The doctor ordered.
Oh, the doctor knows best.
But again, he's setting himself up for the same exact shot from Brad Oxendine to come back.
Oh, my word, did you say the same shot?
Look at that.
Back-to-back, 2 triples for score and a triple for close. 9 marks out of each of these guys. This is impressive.
Both of them flashing their manhoods at each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here we have Brandon with a decision. And I think he makes the right one in that position. Takes the 15 away. All he can hope for is a miss from Brad Oxendine.
Yeah, and he's only going to need 4 bulls if Brad gives him the opportunity. So Brad's going to need a double bull after missing that first one. And that second dart not doing him any favors with a single. Yeah, very hard to hit a double with that third after the placement of that second. So Brandon needing 4 bulls is going to come to the board. Needs at least 1 double. Hits a single with the first. Single with the second. Looking pretty. Only gets a single with the third. 4-point deficit. Oxendine gonna step to the board, needing 1 bullseye for the win in game 1. And you see how close this match was, even though an Ox averaging 0.84 more. Make it 0.76 after the single bull out of Ox as he wins game 1. So Brandon will have the start again in leg 2, wanting to do just a little better.
Yeah, this leg really comes down to $200 for Brandon and not getting triple dipped in this final.
Yeah, and honestly, it's just more of a respect thing. Like, you don't want to be triple dipped. It's for your own ego purposes. I mean, you've played very hard all day. You beat Ox once to send him down the loser's bracket. You don't want to let anybody come back and triple dip you. It's the principle of the matter. And he's not going to roll over because a ton 80 out of the gate.
Absolutely. And just to remind everyone, Brad Oxendine did win the first leg of this set. Almost follows with the 9 mark on the 19. Only ends up with a pile.
Oh. Brandon does come up empty, or excuse me, with 1 mark on the 18. Not sure about the strategy of pushing ahead when Ox is proven to put in 9 marks at will. Oh, doesn't do it there, but close enough.
Brandon playing with fire and really almost getting burnt to a crisp.
Yeah. He's going to need a triple on the third. Wow. Hits a triple, but it's a 1-1. So down 11 points. Brad Oxendine is going to come up here and try to punish Brandon Smith.
Oh, my goodness. And Brad lets that last one slip. But again, pressure squarely on the shoulders of Brandon Smith.
So that single 18 that he had from earlier might come into play. And it doesn't. It really doesn't. He throws 3 singles to take a 7-point lead. However, Oxendine does have the 19 to score on.
So Brad's going to step up here and really try to turn the screws on this. I'm assuming maybe a shot. No, he stays on there. Brad smells blood at this point.
Yeah. Shark in the water, folks. What's an ox eat? I don't know. Like some really spicy grass. Maybe that's the most. Some delicious grass. So ox sees the grass and he's gonna eat it.
He sees the grass on the other side of the fence.
There you go.
It's always greener.
Yep. So score tied at 304. Ox steps to the board with the better number and throws a 7 mark, forcing Brandon into an 8 mark for the lead. As we know, he's not going to throw an 8 mark. It'll either be 9 or less. Well, it'll definitely be less now. A 4-4 with the first dart. And you see the frustration out of Brandon because he cannot lose this leg or this match is over. He may see his fate being sealed here.
And Brandon again doing this to himself on the 18s.
Yep, kind of doing it to himself.
Had the opportunity up in points to take Brad's 19 away that he's been hitting so well, or to pile on the points to the 20. Chose to move ahead, and Ox has made him pay for it ever since.
Yeah, that big 1 mark on the 18 has really turned out to be the killer for Brandon in this leg, paired with the great throwing of Brad Oxendine. But Brandon, not giving up, throws a 9 mark on the 17s for 102 points and the close to take a 41-point lead. So Ox going to come back to the board, needing 3 19s and a single 17. Hits the 3 19s with the first dart, hits the 117 with the second dart, and another 19.
So again, at the end of this leg, we may start seeing those big hero shots being traded. If Brandon can come up with 6. He's not going to. He comes up with 7 for score, but that seemed to be the exact position that they were in the end of the last leg.
Yeah, very rarely is a pile and a scoop not enough, but it might not be here. Although Ox is going to stay on the 19 here and only come away with a single. So now down only 28 points. Brandon, really an opportunity to do something.
Well, and again, we see that advantage of going first.
Wow, needing 2 singles to take the lead, only throws 1 single and 2 next door triples, and you see him throw his hands in the air. He does not know what's wrong.
Oh, and Ox, both getting a little nervy here at the end of this leg.
Yeah.
Very frustrated.
2 next door triples for the man in purple, but he finds a triple with the third. So here comes Brandon. No real punishment. Needs 2 triples. Single with the first. Single with the second. Triple with the third. So he does take a small advantage of 11 points, but Ox not going to continue to throw 3 marks all day. So have to expect Ox to bury him here.
Yeah, that first dart triple is going to be very important.
And there it is. Oh, and the second dart triple closes. Oh, third dart just outside, though.
Falling into that, too. That would have been the last nail. As it stands, Brandon does have a shot to take that point lead, which he does do with a 7 mark to keep what little heat he can on Brad. Maybe start wishing his darts into the 7 and the 3, but it's dead nuts in that 19. Dead nuts in that 15. And dead nuts back in that 19. Great shot by Brad Oxendine to pretty much seal this leg up.
Yeah, down by 100 points and the 19. I think that Brandon's fate is sealed. Oh, a very good shot at the 19 there on the last one after closing the bullseyes, though. Had he hit it, he would only need 4 bulls if he come back up. But Ox now only needing 3. The 3 dart out is on. If he misses, I would go back at the 19 on this third one, but he's not going to. So Brandon now can go double bull, triple 19 to steal this leg in an amazing hucklebuck situation. Oh, there's the first one. Oh, the second one just outside. does get the last one, but that only ties the score. So Ox now needing 2 bullseyes will come back to the board.
Do you just shoot the bullseyes?
Absolutely. Finds the first one. 2 darts for 1 bullseye. Doesn't need them both. First dart does it. There you go. Brad Oxendine with an amazing performance in this finals to triple dip Brandon Smith in the men's green flight qualifier finale. And I believe we are going to take a break now until the evening sessions wear down. So we will come back to you. The feed will stay running. As matches get called to there, you will be able to watch them, but the commentary will not be on until about 7 p.m. Central Time.